Madam Chair, Commissioner Anna Hansen,
Present.
Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Present.
Commissioner Henry Roybal,
Present.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia,
Present.
Chair Anna Hamilton.
I'm here.
You have a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you, very much appreciate it. We have to do all the opening things, which takes us to the Pledge of Allegiance, the state pledge, and the moment of reflection, which will be through Public Works. So if we could all stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, and the a symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. And I would welcome Cedric Riego from Public Works. Thank you very much. Commissioner Hansen?
I just want to take a moment of silence for all the people in the Mora Valley and for the fires at Hermit Peak and Caja Cafe, I don't remember that, Calf Canyon fires and the Ocate fires and all the people in New Mexico who are suffering from the wildfires. I want to take a moment of silence for them, please.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Madam Chair, also in regards to that, which is interesting, not interesting, but my great-grandma was actually from Holman, from Mora. And so I do have some relatives that live in the Mora area, as well as a couple individuals that live in the Mora area. And if the county manager can give us an update later in her update as to if the county is actually assisting the people in the Mora community as well as San Miguel, because it's just sad, but hopefully the winds settle down. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, also, I talked to Commissioner Hansen a few weeks back. We had a individual that passed away from San Ildefonso Pueblo. His name was Tim Martinez, so I'd like to also ask for a moment of silence for him.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So that takes us to approval of the agenda. Manager Miller?
Madam Chair, the agenda was posted 7 days prior on Tuesday, April 19th at 5:23 p.m. and amended. The amended agenda was posted on Friday, April 22nd at 5:19 p.m. The following items were added to the agenda on Friday. Under Section 4A, the request for approval of a proclamation, that packet material was updated. Item 5B on consent agenda, resolution waiving a rental fee, that item was added. Presentations, item 8B, presentation from the Santa Fe County Clerk's Office for Cleary Award, that item was added. Matters from the County Attorney, item 12A, item 12A2, executive session, that item was added. And matters from the County Attorney, item 12D, the action item was added. And under public hearings on proposed ordinance, item 14A, an emergency ordinance for hazardous fire conditions, that item was added, and the draft ordinance was added yesterday. And informational items under reports 15H, Public Works Department report monthly report, that item was added as well. Then I'd also like to request that we move executive session items 12, or matters from the county attorney, item 12A, B, C, and D, to right after approval of the agenda, and also after the approval of the agenda and executive session. When you return from executive session and vote on those items, I would like to recommend moving the proclamation item 4A right after the items for executive session. And my estimate then would be that we would be back to the item 1G in about 25 minutes, 30 minutes.
That's excellent. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
I move to approve the agenda with all the changes that Manager Miller suggested.
Excellent. Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Madam Chair.
opposed?
I would just like to recognize our county treasurer in the audience, but yes, I'm for the agenda amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have an approved agenda. So if that would take us to item 12, executive session. Attorney Schaefer, do you want to tee us up for that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The purpose of the executive session would be to discuss limited personnel matters as allowed by Section 1015-1H2 NMSA 1978, threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant, as allowed by Section 1015-1H7 NMSA 1978, and discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights, as allowed by Section 1015-1H8 NMSA 1978, including 1, the hiring of Gregory S. Schaefer as county manager, and 2, solid waste convenience center locations and disputes.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
Madam Chair, so moved that we go into executive session with the things that County Attorney Schaefer mentioned.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Can I please have a roll call?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Henry Roybal.
Yes.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia. Chair Anna Hamilton.
Yes. Thank you. So we're in executive session and we'll be back in approximately a half hour. So we are back, and it is 3:15, and I'd entertain a motion to come out of executive session. Commissioner
Madam
Hanson?
Chair,
Yeah.
so moved that we come out of executive session, and the only things that were spoken about were what was on the agenda, and all the people that were in the meeting were only the county attorney and the assistant county attorney and county manager.
Madam Chair, I'll second that, and
Thank
there was no action was taken.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So we are out of executive session and back in a regular Board of County Commissioners meeting. So that would take us to 12B, which is request approval of the employment agreement. Commissioner Hanson?
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I would like to make a motion to approve the employment agreement between Greg S. Schaefer and the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe.
Second?
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Congratulations.
We can do that after the vote. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. And now, Commissioner Hanson, congrats.
Welcome aboard, Baker, County Attorney. We look forward to working with you, and congratulations. Once again, I didn't have my mic on for a few minutes. It's a very exciting and time to be in this transition, and as you said to me the other day, the Chinese curse is we live in interesting times, and that is definitely the truth. So with that, just congratulations, and I look forward certainly, and I believe the rest of the board looks forward to working with you.
Thank you. And just for the record, Commissioner Roybal, we just took a vote on approving the employment agreement. I assume you want to contribute your vote in the affirmative?
What was the vote again?
Yeah, approving the matter, the agreement, the employment agreement with Mr. Schaefer.
Mr. Schaefer, are you up to the challenge?
Oh, out of order.
Yes, sir. I've been losing my hair since birth in preparation for it. So, thank you.
Like I've always said, I respect
Obviously,
a man
the
that,
answer is yes, then.
like I said, I respect a man that combs his hair with a towel, just like I do. So, yes, I do vote in the affirmative, and I want to just say, welcome. We look forward to the leadership that you've already been instilled from our county manager, Ms. Catherine Miller, and just want to thank her for her leadership that we've been graced with for the last almost 12 years, I believe. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to get sentimental because I told a couple of people I'm not going to get sentimental with Manager Miller. Actually, her institutional knowledge that she has for government, local government, as well as state government is amazing. Greg, your institutional knowledge that you have here at the county is great because just institutional knowledge, like I have so many years that I worked here at this place and just worked on the ship. You work on the ship from the bottom all the way to sitting on the bridge of the ship as a policymaker. And just your institutional knowledge is actually something that's very credible to you. And something that's definitely needed for local government, but welcome. And Manager Miller,
No,
May 6th is going to come too fast, and I'm not going to get sentimental, but you've done an excellent job, you know that. For state government as well as local government, institutional knowledge for any employee that is here is great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes?
Well, I'll just echo what my colleagues said and say welcome to Mr. Greg Schaefer as our incoming county manager. I've known Greg for many years, and I know you're going to do a great job. So really looking forward to this. And of course, we will all miss Catherine when she eventually fades out sometime later this year.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, really quick. Not really quick.
Yeah, well, yes, very quick.
Well, Mr. Schaefer agreed that he's going to smile a lot more with us, so no, he's good. But welcome
thank you.
once again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, everybody. At least now I'll at least be able to say that I have more hair than the county manager. But welcome, and look forward to working together. So that takes us to 9B, which is, 12B, which is the transition plan, approval of the transition plan. Manager Miller, do you want to brief us just for the record, and so everybody knows what we're approving?
Yes, certainly, Madam Chair. And first of all, I'd like to congratulate Greg. I think he's going to do a great job, and I think you will probably see many improvements in many areas that he has probably more strengths than I do. So I think it's a very good decision, and I congratulate Greg on that. As far as the transition plan, so as directed by the board, Greg and I worked on a transition plan, and I will step down from my role as county manager on Friday, May 6th, and he will take over as county manager. That's the beginning of a pay period, May 7th. That's a Saturday, and I will stay on a short time frame. I will be out of town for about 13 days from the 10th of May to the 21st of May. But my primary focus in the transition one will be to provide Mr. Schaefer with all of the reports on everything that I'm working on, the status of those, and transitioning anything that I've been working on over to him, make sure he has all the information of the status of any initiatives that we're working on in the different departments or with the elected officials. Second priority will also be working with Finance Department and Finance Director Yvonne Herrera and HR and Deputy County Manager Cordova and Deputy County Manager Bernardino on the proposed interim 2023 fiscal year 2023 budget and the proposed fiscal year 2023 final budget, as well as our capital budget and proposed bond questions for the general election in November, and wrapping up the strategic plan. We did 2 planning sessions with 5 groups of about 10 each, one with each commissioner, but we still need to bring back, with Cindy McKee, bring back a draft of a revised and updated strategic plan. And all of that hope to have done at least to a point where I can hand that completely off to Greg, Cindy, Yvonne, and the deputy county managers by June 17th. So I anticipate June 17th to be my last day working at the county.
Thank you.
And I'll fade off into sunset in my RV.
There you go.
And I'll only get about an hour out of town before I run out of money for gas.
And just for the record, in all seriousness, we're in an enviable position to be transitioning from one strength to another strength. And I think there are very few counties, probably around the country, who've had been in this strong a position at a transition point. So I thank both of you for that. So Is there any discussion on the transition plan, or what's the pleasure of the board?
Do we need a motion?
Yes, we need a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I
Commissioner
move to approve the county manager's transition plan.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that leaves us the last action item out of executive session 12D, which is the solid waste transfer station permit, settlement agreement, and release of claims between the Pueblo of Tesuque and the County of Santa Fe. And once again, Mr. Schaefer, do we need a quick summary for the record of what's in there, or the high points that we would be moving on?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'd be happy to provide one. This agreement would resolve any past claims related to the convenience center that has existed on Pueblo Tesuque property for a number of years, and allow Santa Fe County to continue to utilize the convenience center through June 30th of 2022, after which the convenience center would be permanently closed. And for a period of 30 days after the closure of the convenience center, the county would have the obligation and the right to remove any of its equipment or any improvements from the convenience center, and would assist with the transition by having a county employee man the area or the access road that had been used to access the convenience center, so as to help inform and remind the public of the closure, and to help direct citizens to other convenience centers that they can utilize, as well as provide information regarding private haul operations, should that be a service that they want to pursue. So we're pleased that we were able to reach an agreement with the Pueblo and move forward in a way that allows the Pueblo to continue to pursue other interest that they have relative to the land. So that's a high-level summary of the agreement, and I'd be pleased to stand for any questions. And I would add that once approved, we'll be working through the Public Works Department to make sure that we're notifying all of the users of the convenience center of the transition away from that site being available to the county for use as a convenience center, and again, helping to educate them on other options that are available to them.
Thank you very much. So is there any discussion, or once again, what's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
I want to thank staff for their hard work in negotiating with Tesuque Pueblo in this agreement that we did have with Tesuque Pueblo to have a transfer station in that community. I do want to be respectful to the Tesuque Pueblo, as they've requested for us to not use this facility any longer for a transfer station, because they have other uses for the land, and so they've asked for us to consider not, or actually asked us not to have this transfer station any longer on this property. So I just want to thank staff for working with Tesuque Pueblo to try and negotiate a longer term, but we're at a point where I think that we've done those negotiations, and we want to be respectful of Tesuque Pueblo. And I also want to say thank you to Tesuque Pueblo for allowing Santa Fe County to have this transfer station at this facility and on their property. And I just want to just recognize that this was something that was very beneficial to our community and our constituents in the area, and also the tribal members in Tesuque. But I know that there's other thoughts that they want to use this property for, and so we respectfully thank them for the use of this property during the term that we have used it. And I just want to say that, and once again thank staff for their hard work and in working with the tribe in Tesuque to try and come up with a resolution. But where we're at, you know, is closing that transfer station and you know, utilizing some of our other transfer stations for trash collection as far as the transfer station goes. And so I just want to, you know, once again just highlight that and thank Tesuque Pueblo for the use of the property. And I'm glad we came to an agreement with them. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Madam Chair, thank you, Commissioner. Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. So that takes us to the next item, which was moved out of order, which is 4A, the proclamation proclaiming the month of April 2022 as Santa Fe County Community College Month. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure all of us know how valuable Santa Fe Community College is. I myself have been attempting to learn Spanish there for many, many years. But it's a great place for us all to, you know, avail ourselves of higher education at a reasonable cost. So I was happy to sponsor this proclamation, and I'll go ahead and read it. It's short, fortunately, but to the point. Santa Fe County Proclamation proclaiming April 2022 as Santa Fe Community College Month. Whereas more than 1,300 community and technical colleges in the United States have contributed enormously to the richness of American higher education, and whereas community colleges play an integral role in local workforce development, economic development, and vocational training, and whereas in times of economic downturn such as the COVID-19 virus pandemic, government, communities, and families sought to look to community colleges as engines of recovery, and whereas the average community college student pays just $3,400 a year in tuition compared to the nearly $37,000 average annual tuition of private colleges, as many as 120 private colleges charge tuition fees exceeding $50,000 per year, and only about 60 charge less than $20,000. And whereas support from the people and the voters of Santa Fe County led to the establishment of Santa Fe Community College, SFCC, in 1983, and whereas by providing Santa Fe County residents with affordable and accessible educational opportunities, SFCC has greatly expanded the options for every student, young and old, to enter a post-secondary program. And whereas SFCC provides varied credit and non-credit classes and programs and offers specialized training for thousands of students and supports the economic prosperity of Santa Fe County, and whereas hundreds of Santa Fe high school students take dual credit classes at SFCC, earning college credit while in high school, saving money and time, and hundreds more choose to attend SFCC, and whereas SFCC students, alumni, faculty, and staff are integral to the fabric of this unique community, and whereas in recognition of the contributions of SFCC to the well-being of the community, members of Santa Fe County, and to celebrate Santa Fe Community College's 39 years of service to Santa Fe County, and whereas in recognition of the important contribution of community and technical colleges to our educational system, in 1985, the United States Congress authorized and requested the President to issue Proclamation 5418 establishing National Community College Month. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2022 as Santa Fe Community College Month. And if we approve it, then it'll be approved and adopted on this 26th day of April.
Motion?
Excellent. Well, I imagine he might want to make a motion, but I don't know. That's up to you guys. Is there discussion?
I have discussion, Madam Chair.
Commissioner
I make the
Garcia?
motion first?
Sure.
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we adopt this proclamation.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second under discussion. Commissioner Garcia?
This is interesting. The community college. What an excellent school. An excellent education, Santa Fe Community College, or any community colleges. Let me tell you something that people may not realize this. However, the first community college was actually in the Valdez Industrial Center, which is behind the state police, at that building right there. And that's where I used to ride my go-kart around there when I was a little kid. And that was the first community college before they moved out there to the community college district area. But that's where they used to have a hot air balloon event. They used to have different events there. Carnivals used to be there, right next to that community college, at that building right there behind the state police. But the community college is, by far, that's an excellent community college. And for any student that would like an education, that's the place to go. But thank you for bringing this forward, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rubble?
I also would like to thank Commissioner Hughes for bringing this forward, and Commissioner Garcia for his all of the statements he made are true, and you know, we have so much benefit where students start off in community colleges, and sometimes they go to other colleges to finish their education, but you know, at the end of the day, when they're done with their education at Santa Fe Community College, they have the opportunity to go into the workforce, making a really good wages. They can take care of their families. I mean, this is an opportunity where, you know, not everybody can afford and have the opportunity to go to, you know, an elite college or a four-year college, and you know, it's just something that really opens up avenues for our constituents, for our kids. And so, you know, I can't say enough as far as what this means to the community to have this community college, and they've done such an excellent job, and I'm really proud of all of everything they offer. I mean, from welding courses, you know, to go into the union to be a, you know, have that degree and that education and get really good paying jobs. You know, it's something that I'm very proud of, and this community college does an excellent job. So I'm just want to echo the sentiments of my commission, but you know, I also want to say that, you know, I hope that we're providing enough. We have the ability to serve all of our students and make sure that we are doing the best job for them. I know that the community college here in Santa Fe does a great job, and so I just want to recognize that and you know, really encourage our students to look at community colleges you know, right after they finish high school, and to start their education there and find out where they want to go. So this is an excellent opportunity for a lot of our kids. So I just wanted to say that, and also just you know, thank Commissioner Hughes for bringing this forward. And that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, I also want to thank Commissioner Hughes. I have a master's degree in photography from UNM, but it was in film photography. And so when the switch came to have to change to digital photography, I was fortunate enough to go to the community college and have a wonderful professor teach me how to transfer my skills as a photographer to digital photography. And it was one of the most worthwhile classes I took. So I know the value of the community college, and I think it is so important to have in our community, and the amount of resources that it provides in the community college. So thank you, Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you very much. So I think we have a motion and a second, and I know before we take a vote, we have somebody else to speak from the community college after we vote. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Excellent. So I understand that Todd Lovato from the community college is maybe online?
Hello.
Hey, well, I can hear you. Welcome.
Welcome. Well, I had this nice statement prepared, word of county commissioners, but your comments, commissioners, you stole my thunder. So I just have to thank you for your kind and supportive words. My name is Todd Lovato. I'm an administrator at the college. Our president, Becky Rowley, was here a bit earlier, but she was pulled into a pressing prior obligation. So she sends her regrets. But she also told me that she looks forward to meeting with you all very soon. And she extends her gratitude for the collaboration, the continuing collaboration between Santa Fe County and Santa Fe Community College. She just really would like to strengthen these bonds, these partnerships, these collaborations, which, as you noted in your eloquent statements, have been vital for countless Santa Feans over nearly 40 years. And so we want to take a moment to thank the members of the Board of County Commissioners, including sponsor Commissioner Hughes and County Manager Catherine Miller, who assisted us with this proclamation. And also, Becky mentioned that she looks forward to working with Mr. Schaefer and wishes him well in his new role. And so, I wouldn't be doing my job very well if I didn't also mention that registration is now open for summer and fall. And if you want to polish up your job skills or encourage a family member, that college is a great investment. If they could use a push in that direction, start them here. Maybe you'd like to take some short-term continuing education classes. And I hear that pickleball is all the rage. So thank you very much for your time today.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your comments and congratulations on this recognition. It's very meaningful and well-deserved. So thank you, everybody, for contributing this. That takes us back to the regular order of our meeting, to item 2, which is to go into temporary recess as the Board of County Commissioners. And
We still have one.
oh my
G.
gosh, I missed it. Thank you guys so much. That 1G is years of service and new hire recognitions. Manager Miller, how could I possibly miss that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'll do the recognition of years of service for Santa Fe County employees for April 2022. And as you know, we initiated this program several years ago and recognize employees on a monthly basis that have completed years of service in 5-year increments. It's really just a way of recognizing employee retention and appreciation and expressing appreciation to those employees who have made a career at Santa Fe County. In Community Services Administration, Gina Kapner hit 5 years on April 1st, along with Lloyd Martinez from Road Maintenance and Public Works. On April 15th, we had 4 employees that hit their 5-year anniversary, and that's Christopher Podolak in Animal Control, Jose Puentes in Animal Control, Victor Rodriguez in Animal Control, and Andrew Vargas in Road Maintenance. And then our dear purchasing manager, Mr. William or Bill Taylor, in finance, April 2nd. He has had 10 years with the county. And then in animal control, Carolina Brando on April 9th hit her 10-year anniversary. On April 23rd, it was Dylan Chavez's 10-year anniversary at the adult detention facility, and Robert Garcia, not to be confused with our former sheriff, Robert Garcia, but on April 30th, we'll have his 10-year anniversary in animal control at the Sheriff's Department. And then Michael Sandoval, who you all see around this building, making sure it stays clean, our wonderful custodian here, will on April 30th will also hit his 10-year anniversary. And Melissa Oberg will have, or just had her 15-year anniversary on April 9th, and she is at our adult detention facility. So I just want to acknowledge those employees and thank them for their years of service at Santa Fe County.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Manager Miller. There's a couple of individuals that I would like to give a shout out to. Sammy Romero, who actually has worked for the county for many, many years, and he actually heard he turned in his retirement the other day. So congratulations to Sammy Romero. Congratulations, my friend. And then also in regards to Margie Romero, who actually retired from the HR department, Human Resources Department, last week, a week and a half ago. And she's probably a very proud mom because her son is our new county assessor come June, now the beginning of June. But congratulations to those two individuals who actually did retire. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson?
I think thank you, Madam Chair, Manager Miller. I find it interesting that all of our animal control enforcement agencies seem to have an anniversary this month, so congratulations to all of them. And then I want to just especially thank Michael Sandoval for being so friendly and kind and taking such good care of all of us in this building. So thank you, Michael. I am grateful for your service to the county. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate everybody who has been here long enough to reach a notable anniversary and all the effort they put into the county. Oh, Commissioner Ribble?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to echo those sentiments of all of the employees that have been here for many years already, and also, you know, Mr. Sammy Romero and Margie Romero. I remember working here 25, 26 years ago, and they were here. They stuck it out, and I went on to other areas, but, you know, sometimes I tell myself I would be retired already if I'd have stayed at Santa Fe County, and, you know, it's something that everybody makes their own choices in life, and I just want to acknowledge that, you know, they stayed here, and a lot of stayed here at the county. You know, there's some people that have gone to the city and state, but, you know, they keep their retirement. And I just want to acknowledge that the fact that just their loyalty and their commitment to Santa Fe County is outstanding. You know, everybody makes choices, and sometimes you look back at them and say, was that the right choice? But I just want to recommend, you know, or just recognize them and give them recognition for staying with Santa Fe County and finishing their career here. I think that it's a great acknowledgement. You know, I just want to thank them for their service to Santa Fe County and just say that congratulations. It's you know, time to do what you want to do instead of what you have to do, and you know, just encourage them in their future endeavors. And, you know, it's been great to work with both of you, and thank you for the service to Santa Fe County.
Thank you so much. So that would take us to new hires.
Yes, Madam Chair, and then we had also several new hires in the month of March. So between March 1st and March 31st, we had Randon Romero join the County Assessor's Office as a GIS technician. We had, as you know, I introduced Leandro Cordova in a previous meeting, but he joined the manager's office as Deputy County Manager on March 26th. Also on March 26th, Nav Khalsa joined the Community Development Department as our volunteer coordinator. And then we had 4 new employees join us in March for corrections, and that is D'Angelo Barbero as a detention officer, Mia Clark as case manager, Larissa Romero as a detention officer, and Dolores Trujillo as a LPN nurse. And then in RECC Communications Center Manager, Roberto Lujan. And those are our new hires for last month. And I welcome them to Santa Fe County and hope they will stay with us 5, 10, 15, 20 years.
Fantastic. Is there comments on this?
Madam Chair, thank you, Manager Miller. But yes, welcome to Santa Fe County. And it's good to see that we actually are filling our positions because it's taken a little while during the COVID pandemic, but thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Yes, welcome to Santa Fe County to all our new hires. I had the pleasure of meeting Nav Kalsa at the planting event on Saturday, and she's going to be a great addition to the Sustainability Office, and I'm sure the others will be great additions to there as well. And I'll just add that everybody else covered all the praise for the people who've been here 5 and 10 years, but I'll just add my thanks to them for staying. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you all so much. It is really great to be able to welcome good people to the county. Now I think, I'm looking around for who's going to jump on me for messing up again, that moves us to item 2, which is the Board of Finance meeting. So I think I actually need a motion to, do I need a motion to recess? I see a shake of the head. To recess as the BCC temporarily and can reconvene as the Board of Finance.
So moved.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? So we are now officially meeting as the Board of Finance. And can I get so we're called to order, and it's 3:54. Can we get a roll call?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Here.
Commissioner Henry Roybal.
Yes.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia. Chair Anna Hamilton.
Here. So we have a quorum, and the next item is approval of the agenda. Madam Treasurer, is the agenda stand as it's published, or? Thank you. And can you just check and make sure your mic is on? Thank you. So what we have the agenda as is. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move for approval of the agenda.
Thank you. Does I have a motion and a second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And just to comment, you guys need to have your mics on to vote.
This is Commissioner Roybal. I voted in the affirmative.
Yes.
Aye.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Just for the record, because otherwise it doesn't record us. And so I will, you have an approved agenda, and I turn it over to our esteemed Treasurer, Manzanares.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I apologize for my voice and my stuffiness. Allergies have gotten the best of me. So I will share the presentation with Deputy Treasurer simply because my voice will get lost at some point. So thank you, everyone, for Board of Finance. And we have some updates from the Santa Fe County Treasurer's Office. We see rising red half this year, and we definitely look forward to a more robust outreach for property tax collection in the fall. We have a post-pandemic delinquency and uncertainties, but the uncertainties are more what Manager Miller spoke about earlier. Were we sure that we're going to have individuals paying their property taxes? And thankfully, we did see a good collection to the tune of $131,097,425.60 for first half. So we're in the second half property tax collection, so we're hoping to see that we get the same response as we did the first half. We have also on the update retention of staff, and so we are definitely, like everyone else, struggling in some ways to get applicants, and also having the staff that we have currently appreciated for everything they do for the Treasurer's Office. Currently, as the staffing update, we have a QA quality assurance specialist that I believe has accepted a position, and we will see her joining the team soon, and also a cashier position that will soon be offered as well. We are looking to fill the account tech position, and then we'll be staff. So we're really excited for that because we want to definitely serve at a higher capacity. Okay. If you'll switch okay, I already switched it. Thank you, Deputy Treasurer. Our fiscal agent balance as of March 31st, we have 41 accounts. And this is something we go through every time we have our investment committee meeting, but we are now at the $55,002,710.84 at 35 basis points. And as mentioned earlier, we're currently in the second half, so that will be more. And to share portfolio balances, Deputy Treasurer will help me with that so I can give my voice a break.
Madam Chair, thank you, Ms. Treasurer, but can you, yeah.
Can we wait for the presentation, then we'll have questions? Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commission members. Portfolio balances, we got a total of $337,768,683.12. And those are the various balances that you see there from the different accounts that we have going from our, these are our security balances, meaning our investments. We'll go on to our diversification of holdings. We'll have we diversify our portfolio in different instruments to keep that way we're not investing the same paper. So we have different ones, and as you noticed, most of them are Freddie Mac's, Fannie Mae's, which they call fixed income, and we do other stuff like treasuries. Government-sponsored enterprises, GSEs, which are like supernationals, and so on, and government money markets.
An important note, we have had constituents that have asked if any of our investments are invested in Russia, and I'd like to make it clear and on the record that we do not have any money invested in Russia.
Thank you for making that point.
Yeah, and those actually, they can be in which we can invest in our brokered CDs. A lot of banks have footprints or had footprints in Russia, such as Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Bank of America had footprints in there. They have, thus, that I found out, left Russia, but they had footprints in there. But just to keep us looking good, we decided not to invest in these until further notice. Other holdings, we have LAMB Studios, which is the lockbox for the studio CD. We have $4,748,753.13 still in that. We did draw that down in October, November. And our local CDs, which are Guadalupe, U.S. Eagle, Century Bank, we have $1,248,000 in there. And BY and Mellon, which is residual money from a 1997 bond, we have $10,099,701.80 in there for a total of $16,093,274.93. So we have a total holdings of this is as of March 31st. We have a total of $409,864,668.89. Our earnings are still at the old Fed funds rate. They haven't raised them yet. So our LAMB Studio, which is our one CD, we're getting 2.5% on that one CD. Our FICAs are still at 5 to 12. What we did get word that they're going to be working and getting higher interest rates now that the Fed funds are raising up. UBS is the same, 1 to 2 basis points. Schwab, which we don't have very much in there, and we're actually closing accounts there. We have 1 basis point. And then within our fixed income to our brokered CDs, we have they range between 50 basis points to 2.75%. Now, this slide came from our investment committee last month, which I believe it was you, Madam Chair, that asked this question, or was one of them. So we talked about over the past 10 years how our portfolio has grown. So this graph shows where it's grown almost 10 million, 9.8 million year over year since 2012 to current. And if you look at the graph on 2014, you'll see that the operational account went down and then a new account was added. That's when I worked with Manager Miller and the commission at that point to actually split the operational into a core account. So we have a core account that goes all the way to 10 years and an operation that goes 0 to 5 years. And the reason that we did that is because before we had securities that were 12 years, 20 years, even up to 30 years. So, and that was at the point where we were still in the old recession with the housing market, and there was some investments bought that didn't make sense. So we created that account, and over time we sold those long terms out and reinvested them into the operational. So you can see the lighter green was our operational account, which is our 1 to 5 year, and over the years it's grown. The other color ones are the different general obligations or GRT bonds that we have done over the years, and they get invested into different vessels until they are needed from to draw down. So we pay them off. So we actually draw them down from those accounts and pay off our debts. So this graph is a perfect result of what's been going on over the past 10 years. So I think that's been pretty good, in my opinion, that we've been growing that much in that amount of time. And what we've done is, during the tax years, we put away 5 million, 10 million, or such on that. That the bank actually makes us pull out because they can't collateralize for that amount, so we put them in the investments, and we've been able to hold so much in there. So this is the results over a 10-year time. Now, this is the famous dot plot that I'm pretty sure many of you have heard. This is the results of the last Fed Fund meeting. How this is put out is all those dots are different Fed governors. This is where, I guess you could say, they bet where they'll be in the duration of time, where the actual Fed funds rate will be. And I'm pretty sure a lot of you have heard that the St. Louis Fed governor wanted to go haywire and raise those rates up exponentially the first year. And you can see that little soul dot up there. That's his vote, I'm pretty sure, without a doubt. But if you look at the green line, that's the trend line. Those are where the Fed funds will be at certain times of between 2022 and 2024, and then and beyond. And you can see after 24, it goes down. Now, I'm pretty sure you've heard in the market of the inverted yield curve from the 2 to 10-year spread. Well, now, when I wrote this for the treasurer, it actually changed now. Now it's actually 5 to 7, it inverts again, and then again, and I'll show you a slide here, and in the 20 to 30, it inverts. That's uncertainty in the market. That's pretty much saying, well, there might be a recession, which there's pretty much talk that there will be a recession. It's just that we don't know when, how long, and what sector. When we had an inverted curve the last time, which was all of 2019, we had the recession, only it was pandemic driven, so we had a recession, but it kind of healed itself back up within a few months after it dove down. So this is where you hear that uncertainty in the market and the inverted yield curve. So this goes to what me and Treasurer have been planning. Those dots are indication of different times when the Fed funds project from the last dot plot. They project that they'll have an increase in funds. So we're trying to reinvest, and mature them at the times when they're going to be maturing. So we'll be at a higher interest rate every time we mature. So when we can do that, we can aim at getting more of a higher yield income for the county. And the blue dot and the arrow is just at the slope. If we can actually time that point, we can get into longer duration. We can do 5-year bullets where they won't be called, but they'll go on for 5 years at that rate that will be projected at that point. That's where my segue into the next part here.
Okay, so as Deputy Treasurer shared, for a 6-month investment strategy, we would like to look at investing and reinvesting in the 2 to 4 year window, rolling up with rate hikes, investing in coupons with sensible cash flow, as well as investing in Supras or GSEs with sensible spreads over the Treasury, And finally, invest in instruments valid in our investment policy that gives the county, of course, a best return. And I stand for discussion, and Deputy Treasurer stands for discussion. Questions?
Thank you. I know I have two on the floor, Commissioner Garcia, then Commissioner Hanson, and then Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you as our head chief investment officer of all of our funds for Santa Fe County. We appreciate what you and the deputy treasurer actually do for Santa Fe County investing our funds. In regards to the page one where it said, what does BTS stand for on slide one?
BTS or BPS?
Which one?
Page one.
On page one, slide one, BTS, it said 30 points or something like that?
BPS basis points.
What is it?
So
Basis points.
It's a basis point, so it's 100. So like 246 basis points is 2.4%.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then in regards to, explain to me the Russian stuff that we just talked about?
Right, so we had some constituents that were concerned that we had any investments in Russia, and so we made that clear immediately that we didn't. And with our investors, we've worked that there won't be any investments that would put us in any type of a situation.
Okay, good. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Treasurer.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer and Deputy Treasurer Varela. I was curious to know what are interest rates on some of our CDs at the moment, and what do you see the interest rate going up to in the next 6 months to a year? And
Chair
if Deputy Varela speaks, he needs to go to the microphone.
Right, and Commissioner Hanson. So let's go to the page where we have our CDs. Thank you. You have it in front of you.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay, so on brokered CDs, we have just currently bought some right now, and this was about a month ago. They were about 225 basis points and 275. Right now, the reported one right now is 8.5% inflation. I'm projecting about 8.8 to 8.9 by the end of the month, and that's probably more in the Rust Belt area. But nonetheless, they're trying to tame that down. So they're projecting a higher one. So we'll be looking at different earnings. Right now, the fixed income market, you can find securities up from 2.25 to 250 for 2 years and 2.75 for 3 to 5 years.
And so what are we investing in at the county? What is our rate of interest rate that we are getting?
So prior to this, during the pandemic, and I did an analysis of this for Yvonne, we were getting about 12 to 20 basis points during the pandemic because that's all that the Fed fund was fixed at. So we still have some of those, but fortunately I invested some of those only for 2 to 3 years, so they're maturing now. So we're reinvesting those at this market. But I was telling Treasurer we might want to look at getting, instead of fixed income, at treasuries, because treasuries will maintain their interest rate at what they are now, where if you get fixed incomes, if you don't get a bullet, they can be called away. So you'll maintain that higher interest with a treasury. And that's, if you see that, can you go back to that one with the heel, with the dots?
Is it more? It's more here.
Forward. Right there. Those are the projection points where the feds are anticipating to raise the Fed fund rate. If we can invest in short-term investments at each level and they mature, we can get the higher interest rate as they mature. We can do this with treasuries, commercial paper. We can't do commercial paper, but commercial paper is such instruments that are short, or even CDs that are short-term, very short-term, from 3 months to 6 months. We can get those, each target the Fed fund is raising them, they will mature and we can reinvest at that higher interest rate.
That sounds like a good strategy.
That's our strategy right now. That's on the agenda for approval.
Yeah, I think we have to be playing the game, so to speak, with the interest rates, because I do believe that they are going to go up. And I think we need to take full advantage of that as the county, so that we have as much capital as possible. So thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to explain that to me and talking about it.
Thank you. And there's different ways we can approach that, which I spoke with Yvonne about that. We can also do a break-even analysis with all these investments that we purchased. That meaning that we can sell some of these maturities and see where we bought them. And there could be a physical loss, but with a gain of the interest would far take over that point. So, but you got to do an analysis to do that first to make sure you're not losing, you'd be gaining in the long run. So that's something that we could do in time.
Thank you, Deputy Treasurer Varela. I appreciate it. And Treasurer Manzanares. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes, and then I'll go back to Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Treasurer and Deputy Treasurer. I have a question about the chart, the bar chart that's labeled portfolio growth. I'm wondering what the difference is between operations, core, and money markets. I understand all the general obligation bonds, but I don't understand why there would be, or what the difference is between those three, which constitute most of our money.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, Deputy Treasurer has a good history of that, so he'll be able to share in detail when that happened. I believe he said it was 5 years ago that it was split. So.
No, it was in 2000. So that happened in 2014 when I came into office. I inherited long-term paper. So talked it over with Manager Miller. We had a plan to split the portfolio out, which made better sense because our WAM, which was our weighted average maturity, was 12 years at that time, meaning that that was the average of every investment that we had. So we looked at different things. I had attended a GFOA. I wanted to call it a permanent fund, which we found out that if we did that in the state of New Mexico, it would have to go out for referendum if we ever needed to cash in on those. So we called it a core account. So that's why there's two dates there, two different bars for 2014. If you notice, the lighter green became smaller, and the darker green was the actual longer maturities that were like from 12 to 25 years and so on. So we split it, and the core became a 5 to 10 year investment vessel where you can get higher yield on those. And the core was the lower 0 to 5 year. So we split those out, and it brought the weighted average maturity in the core down to 2.53 years, that's where you want to maintain it with a 5 year average maturity. And it brought the core, because I hadn't sold them yet at 2014, it brought them down to about 8 years, which you want to be kind of at the midpoint. But there was, over time, over 3 years, there was, when the bond market was able to go up high, I sold those long-term maturities for a profit and still maintained a 10-year window.
So when we're thinking about these now, the core is the longer-term investment.
Correct.
And then what's the difference then between, so operations and money market are going to be shorter term. How do you differentiate between those two then?
So the money markets are usually, here's a perfect example. Yvonne will send a drawdown for various projects that are done from within the county. Those are pretty much liquid, so we can pull them out right away and pay back ourselves to the operational account. So we have those money markets account. And when those money markets also are when a security matures, it settles in a money market right away until you reinvest it. So those money markets are always fat. In 2020, when the pandemic happened, we had about close to 90 million called within a few months. So that we had already liquidity cushion plus that. So at that point, the banks were knocking on my door saying, you need to move this money out because we can't have that much money. Well, there was nothing to buy at that point, so it stayed there for a while. But that's pretty much where you see the money markets at. It's a difference between the bond accounts that have money markets, a blend of them, and the operational that has the money markets that has the settlement money when a bond matures, and just a liquidity cushion that we use for paying obligations.
So we use both the money market and the operations for paying current
Correct.
expenses?
I like to have a good operational ladder. I know there's Joseph Montoya back there. He had some money in housing. I asked him, can we invest this at one point? So we invested it out so that instead of being in the money market, now it's getting some interest instead of just being in the liquid money market. So when that comes due and he needs money, that changes back to a different account.
Okay, and then just one other question. I noticed that it looks like over the last 12 years or so, you know, our holdings have increased by almost double. Is that primarily, or I guess I don't want to, do you keep track of how much of that is us saving money year on year, like money we don't use goes back into the fund, and how much is actually interest and profit that we've made off of the investments?
The way that it's set up now is we don't get any money off the yield. It goes right, it gets into, I think it's a check. Am I correct, Yvonne? Yield, when we get yield? When we get yield, it comes as a check form, right, to us? It doesn't get reinvested.
I think Manager Miller has some input on that. Manager Miller?
Yeah.
So it depends on the holding. For instance, if we have CDs, we get interest, it could get reinvested. But we also account for interest income in the budget. So we do budget some of our interest income. Also, if it's interest income, whether it's from a security, a money market, the sale of a security, if there's interest in a bond fund, that stays in the bond fund itself and can either be appropriated, and we often do appropriate it to projects that are identical to the bond question. So say we sell $10 million of bonds for roads, and we earn $500,000 in interest on that $10 million before it's spent. That money would get rolled back into more road projects, or it can be used to pay down the debt for bonds. So it depends on the security, and it depends on the fund. Some is pooled, and Pat reports it based upon whether he considers that operations core, money markets, the type of security. But in finance, we also look at whether it's pooled cash and invested, and therefore that interest to be able to be used for operations or any other general fund type expense, or whether it's non-pooled investment, and if they're non-pooled, then that interest on that security stays with that particular fund. So housing's interest stays with housing, bond interest stays with bonds, and the specific bond year. So it totally depends on how it's categorized on the accounting side as to whether it's pooled cash or non-pooled, and the interest earnings or the investment earnings either are attributed to general fund or whether they're attributed to special revenues.
Great, thank you very much. I'm always interested to learn more about this, but those are my questions for today, Madam Chair.
Excellent, thank you. And I think Commissioner Garcia said he had one more question.
Madam Chair, no, the Commissioner actually asked my exact questions that I was
okay.
asking. But thank you, Madam Treasurer, Deputy Treasurer, thank you.
Fabulous. So if there aren't any further questions in general, I know we have an action item to approve the 6-month investment plan.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Commissioner.
Commissioner Hanson?
Commissioner Hughes, or who is that just, if nobody was willing to make a motion, go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Madam
Garcia.
Chair, move for approval. Thank you, Madam Treasurer, Deputy Treasurer.
I'll second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Not all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. thank you for all your work on this. It was a great presentation, very informative, very easy to out of it.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
may I have the floor for a moment?
yes, please.
Manager Miller, I wanted to congratulate you on your retirement. You're going to be missed, but it was wonderful working with you for, I think I have almost 10 years here, 9.5 years. But I remember before, the county was always in the newspaper, and it wasn't in for a good manner. It was always negative, and when you came on board, you changed that around. And I think the thing I remember the most was coming to your office. Me and my uncle, I was just elected treasurer, and you opened up your office, and you pretty much said, whatever you need, or if you need me, anything else, my door is always open. Well, when I was elected, I know I set up meetings with you, and we got a lot of this stuff like the core done. I feel like we did a lot of accomplishments in the treasurer's office. I mean, 20 million in 10 years is pretty good. I think we grew it. So I just want to thank you, and you'll be missed for sure.
Thank you. Madam Chair, and I was just going to say that, just the extra information that Manager Miller gave for some of the questions that Commissioner Hughes had is just on point, and it's something that's going to be missed. So thank you, and thank you for saying that, Deputy Treasurer Borelitz. As the treasurer for 8 years prior, I think that you have a great history and know where we've come since then. So I appreciate that acknowledgement. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, congratulations to Greg too. I think continuity is important, and I know I read some things that we should open it up to the public and this and that and the other, but you never know what you're going to get if you get somebody from wherever. It's like it's good. Continuity is good. I congratulate you because I feel it'll go far.
Thank you for those comments, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission, and I would like to also echo what Deputy Treasurer said. We're going to miss you, Manager Miller.
Excellent, thank you. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn and
Madam Chair?
reconvene. Yes?
I don't mean to interrupt, but I wanted to point something out because Commissioner Hughes' questions, I think, provide an opportunity for me to point something out about our part of the reason the portfolio has grown so much. If you notice, a lot of the growth is in the number of bond issues we've done. And we've had an inability, as I said earlier in the budget session, somewhat of an inability to get some of our construction projects going because of the escalating costs, and we're having to keep going and getting more money. So we've been building up some of our funds in order to be able to actually award some of those contracts. I think you'll see, and I had a conversation with Director Hebron, that they're ready to nail down some of those construction contracts, and so we'll probably see on the amount of money available in the portfolio will start to come down on our construction projects. That's one. Two, you have the ARPA fund. As I said earlier today, we got $14 million in ARPA funds already, 14.6. We haven't spent any of that to speak of. You're going to see that money start to flow out through all of our contracts. And then because we had shortages in staff is another reason that you see that increase in our operations fund, because we don't have as much going out in payroll as we normally would if we were fully staffed, which also this morning we talked about having excess revenues as well as excess capacity on the expenditure side in the budget. I would contend you will see, while the trend has been like this, you're going to probably see that level off if we get our positions filled and we get contracts, the money flowing again, and you're going to start to see that total portfolio start to come down as we spend all of the ARPA funds and whatnot. So you had asked that question. Some of it, Commissioner Hughes, was intentional to get our AAA bond rating, which was to make sure that we had over 75% of our general fund operating budget in reserves. That was one of the things that did put us over the top to get our AAA rating from a AA rating. And so keeping a hefty cash reserve and that reserve policy that the Board of County Commissioners put in place is really important to keeping the AAA rating. I would also say of this has been driven up by the fact we unable to purchase capital assets, been unable to fill all our positions, able to get some of the money, the ARPA funds flowing as quickly as we wanted. And for instance, in Public Works, they've had difficulty purchasing vehicles. They're just not available. A lot of the state contracts, the vendors aren't, and our price agreements, they're not honoring them. They said they can't provide materials and supplies and whatnot at those prices. So that's some of why you see a larger portfolio. It's just more funds available for the treasurer to invest. But I think you will see that also start to come down as supply chain issues minimize and we fill our positions. So I just wanted to point that out. I don't think you'll see that, because if you notice prior to us doing the bond issues in 2018, our operating funds and whatnot stayed pretty even, and that was intentional to get them to where they were in about 2019, 2020. But the last 2-year bump has really been due to the pandemic and also receiving the federal funds. So I just wanted to point that out because I was hoping to tie this back to the presentation this morning.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. And I certainly wasn't implying that it's a bad thing that it's going up. It's much better to be going up than down.
Yeah, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I do want to thank Manager Miller for the additional information that she provided, and just make the statement that I'm very confident and am very happy to know that we have the institutional knowledge from our former treasurer, who is now the deputy treasurer, Mr. Pat Varela, and also our county treasurer, Ms. Manzanares, for their leadership. And I'm really confident and I'm happy that they're leading our treasurer's office and great leaders for that department. So I just want to acknowledge that and just say that I'm really confident in their abilities to take care of the finances and be the treasurers for the county. So I just want to make that statement as well. So thank you guys for your presentation and great job.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn and reconvene back as the Board of County Commissioners.
So moved.
I'll second.
Thank you. A motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? So we are back meeting as the Board of County Commissioners. And that takes us to item 3, I think.
Madam
There's
Chair,
approval of the meeting minutes. Yes.
I move to approve the March 29th minutes.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And so we did item 4. Item 5 is the consent agenda. Are there any items commissioners have questions on or want pulled?
Madam Chair, move for approval.
Second.
So I have a motion in a couple of seconds. If there's no discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. So we have no appointments tonight. Takes us to 7, which are miscellaneous action items.
Madam Chair, would you
Yes.
like a resolution number for item 5B?
No, I don't want those. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Okay, resolution number 2022-025.
I have a rule. I can't remember that more than one meeting in a row.
Madam
Oh,
Clerk,
ice cream,
what
you.
was that resolution number?
Oh,
Madam Clerk, can you-
025. I'm so sorry.
025?
2022-025.
Thank you.
I got it, that's right.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. 7A is a request for approval of Amendment 4 to the agreement between Santa Fe County and the Boys and Girls Club of Santa Fe. And it appears we have Jordan Varela. That's what I see.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good
Jordan.
afternoon.
Yes.
So this item is to approve amendment number 4 to agreement number 2018-0151 HAMM, which is an agreement between Santa Fe County and the Boys and Girls Club of Santa Fe del Norte. This agreement would extend the contract an additional year, increasing the annual compensation by $170,000 for a contract sum not to exceed $850,000, and also to grant authorization to the county manager to sign the purchase order. So since 2018, the Housing Authority or the county, as this is general fund money, have had an agreement with the Boys and Girls Club to provide after-school and summer program care services for youth between the ages of 6 and 17. At the Via Vista Public Housing Development, Jacob D. Martinez Public Housing Development, Santa Cruz Public Housing Development, and Marcos Trujillo Teen Center in La Puebla. The current agreement for amendment number 3 is set to expire on March 24th, 2020. This agreement would allow for the continuation of services that are provided by the Boys and Girls Club of Santa Fe del Norte for an additional year. With that, I will conclude my presentation. It's time for questions.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, this does not include the Camino Jacobo?
This is actually a Boys and Girls Club up north in La Puebla in my district.
Oh, okay, so it's only those Boys and Girls Club in that district. Okay, thank you. I just wondered why Camino Jacobo wasn't included.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, Camino de Jacobo, even though it's referenced in the memorandum as the Jacob D. Martinez Public Housing Development, that Boys and Girls Club facility is included in this agreement as well.
Oh, okay, so
it
thank
is.
you.
Okay.
So it is included.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, I didn't recognize that, so I didn't know its name. Thank you, I appreciate the clarity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
And thank you for that, Commissioner Hanson. I do want to talk a little bit about this. First of all, I want to ask, is there a reason that we're only extending it for a year? Or do we do it for a year at a time?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, yes. So the contract for professional services can be extended in 1-year increments, and so this would be the 5th year total. But generally speaking, we have come in to amend this a number of times on an annual basis. So we have extended it in 1-year increments up to this point in time.
Okay, thank you. And you know, I think some of the history behind the Del Norte Boys and Girls Club is, and I want to recognize staff for the hard work, and you know, it was something that I worked on with staff because we had the Poake Pueblo Boys and Girls Club that actually closed services to non-Pueblo residents and children that were attending there, and so it was something that we had a very short time to open this facility to provide services to these displaced children at that point. And I just want to, you know, once again, sort of reflect on that time and acknowledge staff for their hard work. Everybody here at the county, we really pushed hard to find a facility to put these children in. And so we had a Boys and Girls Club that we did establish in an underutilized facility in my district. And it's something that was really huge for the district, and parents were so appreciative. And I just want to sort of highlight that because it was something that it was really a huge achievement for us to get done, because the kids during their Christmas break had a facility to go to when they got out. And so it really helped my constituents in that area with their children. And I think that it was just something that, you know, I'll always acknowledge because it was a great achievement. And so it's something that I'm proud of that we were able to do that. And, you know, I just wanted to highlight that and you know, sort of remember the hard work from staff that worked on this to make this happen. It was a really great accomplishment from the county, and I just wanted to highlight that once again. So with that being said, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Second.
I have a motion in 2 seconds. Under discussion, Commissioner Garcia.
Madam Chair, I think the Boys and Girls Club, when I used to go to the Boys Club back over here off of Alton Street back in the days when that's where I learned how to swim. They said, "You want to learn how to swim?" I said, "Sure." And they pushed me in the pool. Now, they weren't going to let me go down, obviously, but that's how I learned how to swim. But this actually helps out Via Vista Housing, Jacobo Martinez Housing, Santa Cruz Housing, Marcos Trujillo Teen Center. This money is actually very good, especially now for the summer programs, as kids will be in school and they need a summer program to go to, and we'll do some stuff during the day. And this actually includes, this program is established for county public housing residents, county residents, city of Santa Fe residents, but this actually, this is actually doing anything for the money for employment, driving records, criminal background checks, but this money is actually going to a very good cause out there for the Boys and Girls Clubs throughout Santa Fe County. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Was there further discussion? I'm sorry, Commissioner Hughes.
Oh, yeah, I just had a quick question. So how many different Boys and Girls Club programs do we have at different public housing sites throughout the county?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, so at the sites themselves, we operate 3, so 1 at each public housing development.
And that's 3?
Yes, the 3 at each public housing development. And just so the board is aware, one thing that's pretty vital, particularly for our residents, is the fact that youth that reside within our development aren't charged the typical registration fee. So the Boys and Girls Club actually waives that fee for our residents. So particularly for low-income people, right now 19 of our youth within the developments are actually residing at these facilities. And given that most of these families are on very restricted income, that is it's a huge benefit in terms of childcare.
Great, thank you. It's a great project. Thanks.
Excellent. Is there further discussion? I have a motion and 2 seconds. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Barilla. That takes us to 7B, which is a request approval to utilize the Houston-Galveston Area Council Cooperative Purchase Agreement for the purchase of a new Pierce 21,000-gallon fire tender. And I don't see anybody I recognize, so I don't know if either Chief Lindsay and or Mr. Taylor are online, or is somebody else taking this?
Madam Chair, this is Chief Lindsay. I'm on.
Welcome.
Thank you. So this is going to be for a new tender in La Puebla. And if there's any questions, I stand for questions.
Okay, straightforward enough. Are there any questions for the chief or? Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
So thank you, Chief Lindsay. I think sounds relatively straightforward. I just wanted to note that today, board, their 151 truck is now fully electric. And so I'm just wondering if we are going to be able to buy fire trucks and other items such as that will be fully electric in the next coming years, and what you know about that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson. I have seen a little bit of research in a few of the fire departments across the nation, and I believe the first is in Hollywood, California, that was dealing with a fully electric engine. One of the things that will be of interest for us in the county is to consider the distance that the electric motors would travel. Given we have such a large county, in certain areas it may make more sense than others. It's certainly something I think that growth departments and sustainability would be very interested in looking into. And I think it's something that we'll probably transition in the future to. I don't know how far out that would be. Thinking about the size of our county, hybrid engines might also be helpful, but We also have diesel engines at the moment. So I think doing an analysis of that would probably be important for any type of decision going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
Thank
you, Chief Lindsay. And with that, I also want to note that Los Angeles County also has many patrol cars that are now electric also. They have their fleet, and Los Angeles County is an extraordinarily large county. If those people who don't know the size of Los Angeles County, it is quite extensive. So with that, though, I will request approval to utilize the Houston-Galveston Area Council Cooperative Purchase Agreement for the purchase of one new 2024 Pierce 21,000-gallon fire tender on an International HV 6074 times 2, 48,000, etc.
Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, and thank you, Chief Lindsay. That takes us to item 7C, resolution requesting an increase to the state special appropriations fund to budget a state appropriation grant for the Agua Fria sewer expansion project in the amount of $675,000. Yvonne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad you read that because I was going to talk about the clerk bar. Too soon.
Well, you can do that too, but later.
Chair, Commissioners, the bar before you is to budget grant funds for from the state in the amount of $675,000 for the Agua Fria project, which is to design, construct, and expand a sewer system. And with that, I'll stand for any questions, and I believe I have Director, where'd he go? Brian Snyder, thank you, sorry.
Thank you very much. So are there questions on this? Commissioner Hanson.
Madam Chair, Director Herrera, the entire Public Works and Utility team, I am extraordinarily happy and grateful to the legislature for appropriating $675,000 for sewers in the historic village of Agua Fria. And it warms my heart to know that the village will be getting more sewers because every road makes a tremendous difference for the village. So this needs to be spent by 2025, I believe it says in the agreement. So that means that we can start getting more easements for more roads as soon as possible. And I want to thank John Dupuy, also our utility director, for all the work that he has done in the village. And with that, I move to approve this state special appropriation a grant to the Agua Fria Sewer Expansion Project. And thank, once again, all the legislators, Speaker Egoff, Representative Lujan, Representative Romero, Representative Serrato, all of them who gave money to this important project in District 2. Thank you so much.
And I'll second that.
So I have a motion and a second under discussion.
Madam Chair.
Yes, I thought Commissioner Hughes had, but he didn't. Commissioner Garcia.
Madam Chair, as the commissioners, thank you for our staff that actually did work the legislative session this year, as well as all the legislators that actually funded this project. As we know, in the Agua Fria Village, it's sometimes challenging out there because there are some individuals that have cesspools still. And this will actually help out the village and for contamination of the groundwater, but this is actually a very good grant. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. And Madam Clerk, can I have a resolution number?
Yes, Madam Chair. The resolution number is 2022-026.
Thanks so much. That takes
Madam
us to
Chair.
7D, which is a resolution requesting a budget increase to the clerk filing fees fund in the amount of $32,383. Director Herrera.
Chair, Hamilton Commissioners, finally to the clerk bar. She is requesting an additional $32,383 to purchase additional equipment that she needs for her office, specifically some equipment related to staff, increase in staff, as well as 2 envelope openers. I feel like it's a bad word when I say that, but it's just a machine to open envelopes, nice and neatly, no paper cuts. And with that, the clerk and I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Yes.
Madam Chair, move for approval.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion or questions? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. And can I have a resolution number for that one, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Chair. The resolution number is 2022-027.
Excellent.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So that takes us to item 8, which are the presentations. 8A is a presentation of the Santa Fe County Broadband Action Plan, which we very much are looking forward to. Chris Heyer and Nate Krell. I don't think you're on.
Can you hear me now? I'm sorry. Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Chris Heyer. I'm with the Community Development Department and doing economic development. And I'm here to introduce someone who joined our economic development team as a VISTA volunteer through AmeriCorps. And he did research for us on several projects. And this is one of the projects that he did, and he wants to present this. His name is Nate Krell, so welcome him.
Welcome, Nate.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm doing a brief presentation. Doing a brief presentation on the Broadband Action Plan, which is the county's first strategic plan about broadband infrastructure, and you can find the plan in Exhibit A. So our central goal of the plan is to make high quality and affordable broadband service available for all county residents. And so the plan is divided into 3 sections. The first section is the action plan. The second are the maps of existing and proposed infrastructure, as well as reference maps about broadband need and existing coverage of broadband throughout the county. And the final section is summaries of proposed policy and ordinance proposals. So there's 8 categories of actions in the action plan. So the first is to maintain and enhance county administrative capacity. So these include maintaining active county representation on the ReadyNet board, an annual update of accomplishments and areas of growth, maintaining a database of internet service provider permits, as well as enhancing capacity through a new broadband specialist position. The second category is expanding the ReadyNet network, which has many components, but a few are connecting all county facilities with broadband, building backbone mile and last mile to achieve ubiquitous broadband service throughout the county, an annual evaluation of high benefit projects, and expanding regional connectivity and fiber redundancy throughout northern New Mexico. Now, the third category is leveraging funding. So we'll be working with Public Works to identify and acquire funding sources. We will monitor state and federal legislation and grant opportunities. And finally, leverage county funds with those state and federal funding opportunities. And the fourth category is to increase institutional and provider collaboration, which we will utilize the existing joint powers agreement of ReadyNet to the fullest extent possible. We will coordinate with institutions not in ReadyNet's GPA, such as the City of Santa Fe, and we will coordinate with school districts and other community institutions, such as the hospitals. The next category is expanding and improving the IT workforce capacity. So through the existing county-funded ProTech program at the Santa Fe Community College, we will provide an IT professional training curriculum. Next, for franchise agreement policies, we are considering them to streamline broadband infrastructure expansion through county-owned right-of-ways. And this is still being researched. The next is the Dig Once policy. We currently have a draft that we will be presenting in an upcoming meeting, and it will establish open trench notification and telecommunications infrastructure improvement policies and standards for all county-owned easements. The policy will have two central sections, the open trench notification and fiber optics installation standards. And we hope to expand this to all roads at some point in the future. And finally will be the co-location ordinance, which will grant the county authority to freely access and freely mount microwave radio technology on all towers that it permits for construction within its jurisdiction, and this is also still being researched. And then next, I included some maps that are also in the action plan. So this map is the readiness existing lines, mostly in the northern of the county, with various fire stations and other community, other county facilities indicated on the map. And this is also in the plan as well. And the next map are proposed ReadyNet routes, which will connect this, or this map is of the central part of the county, and it connects the communities of Madrid, Galisteo, and Glorieta, as well as indicating the various county facilities along these routes. And then the next map is a map of the entire county, including readiness existing and proposed fiber lines, to give you a better overview of the readiness lines. And then finally is the proposed lines for the NTIA Broadband Infrastructure Grant Program, with two main fiber routes, the first going down all the way to Madrid on Highway 14, and the second past Glorieta. Yes, and with that, I stand for any questions, and thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Are there any questions? Commissioner Hanson and then Commissioner Garcia.
First, thank you, Nate, very much. It's so nice to have interns who are excited about a project, and I can tell that you really got into working on this project, so thank you so much. So my question are about Dig Once, which I know you have all heard me speak about numerous times. You might think it's a broken record because I believe so strongly in it, and something I've been advocating for over 10, 12, 15 years. I think that, but Dig Once should not just be limited to roadways, but also anywhere else that we can put lines in when we're doing water or sewer, if it's possible, to also think about it as a whole picture institute. And I can see that Joseph wants to say something. So I will let you speak, Joseph, and then I'll continue.
Can you put your mic on, please?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, yes, you're correct. Actually, the Dig Once policy has to do specifically with all right-of-ways, whether they're not just roads, they're also sewer lines and water delivery lines, which, as you see from this map, we're taking high advantage of in order to be able to deliver network services. The initial policy that we will be presenting to you, it's already completed. It's an internal policy within, quite frankly, Public Works. We worked with Public Works, and Public Works and ourselves will be jointly proposing that. It's starting small in terms of its scope. It doesn't cover everything. We want to get the mechanics of things out and things of that nature, and then expand it later.
I completely appreciate that, and I I support that approach. You know, we need to make sure we have all our ducks in a row to expand it. And then I'm wondering, I know that Commissioner Garcia and I are bringing forward a resolution on the protection of the Caja del Rio, but I do know that there is a utility easement across the Caja del Rio where the Buckman direct diversion pipeline is. And so when we're going out and whatever happens with the return flow pipeline or anything like that, I just want to make sure there is a dig once agreement in those agreements also, so we don't forget. I really appreciate the presentation, Nate, and thank you, Chris and Joseph, for hiring such a good intern and somebody who cares about this issue.
Madam Commissioner, just so you know, it wasn't recognized that Nate is actually now a permanent employee of the County of Santa Fe. He's a new planner with the Growth Management Department.
Well, yay.
Excellent.
So welcome. I'm even happier about that because we need new employees and young employees. And so welcome, Nate. And that is my comments for the moment, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very good questions. As long as we communicate with our Public Works Department, anytime they put a new water line, sewer line, that we can just create one trench and put everything within the one trench. And are you nervous? No? No, you did a great job. But great questions from Commissioner Hansen. Just wanted to, in regards to, I know this is a plan, but which I'm really satisfied to see that we're going down to the Madrid Cerrillos area. And what about working with the town of Edgewood? What are we doing with them, or do they already have internet or access down there? Or do we?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, they actually do have fairly good access down there because they have a east-west corridor line that goes through there. They do have a private sector person in there. However, just so you know, we are working with the County of Bernalillo in order to be able to connect our services. So we are intending to go farther south than Madrid.
Good. And I'm sure they do have good access there because they are on the I-40 corridor. So as long as we just communicate with them, then we're good. And I know Chris and I had a meeting probably about 3 months ago with some individuals in regards to the Madrid Cerrillos area. But thank you. Welcome aboard. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Roybal.
You know, I want to echo the sentiments of my commissioners. Broadband is something that's essential and needed, and it was brought more to the surface during the pandemic. And you know, we had a lot of students that fell behind because of the services that that weren't there and available to them. And it's a basic service anymore. And you know, I appreciate Nate and Joseph and Chris for all their hard work. You know, the thing is right now is you guys need to work however you need to. I mean, I'm saying I'm letting go. I think as a commission we should let go of the reins and you guys run with it and just do what you can for our constituents because it's a huge need. I mean, I can't emphasize that enough. And you know, Nate, welcome aboard. I'm glad that you're here to help us get through this and for us to be able to provide these services. And you know, I just want to let you guys know that you know the commission is here to work with you and back you up however you need, and whatever you guys need, please let us know because this is a huge concern, especially in rural districts. You know, with Commissioner Garcia and myself, and even Commissioner Hamilton has a lot of rural districts, and pretty much all of us do. And you know, it's something that's a huge need. And I mean, I reach out to Joseph and all the time, and I'm always wanting to get updates because it's just something that's essential and is really needed. And I just want to, you know, thank you guys for all the hard work, and please let us know whatever we can do because we have to get there. So I appreciate it.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, if I may respond, we could definitely use your prayers because we're trying to be aggressive about getting grants until, in order to build our internal capacity, we need to be able to bring in some grants so that we can expand our capacity more as Manager Miller had mentioned in the budget system that we want to be able to expand our capacity, but we need to be able to little up front. So prayers would help in terms of to the federal government to help us bring in some money, and the state.
You got our prayers and however else we can advocate. Thank you, guys.
Okay, Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a more of a detailed question, but thank you for the presentation and all the hard work that went into this. So I noticed on your map there's a green line going through the middle of my district. And I was just sort of curious, does that follow the water line that we've just put in? And then what sort of communities are you hoping to serve with that line?
Oh yeah, so that's a water line, and then that is our route to the Glorieta area. So yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Garcia had one more question. Commissioner Garcia, did you have another question? Okay, well, I'll come back to you. I just wanted to, well, first of all, to welcome Nate, and it was clearly good work and very useful and good presentation. And Joseph, if you could touch base with me later, because I had a conversation with Representative Javier Martinez, who's the majority leader, and he was talking about priorities in the House, which obviously included broadband, and we're talking about some similar both objectives and blocks, and so had a little discussion about this issue, and he was very interested in touching base with you. So if we could get together and I can get you guys together, that would probably be very, very useful, because it just seems working together, we have a priority, and you've done more with it here than in many, many other counties. And then there's the state level priority, and it would be a great way to coordinate on that.
Madam Chair, absolutely, I'd be happy to.
Fantastic, thank you. Commissioner Garcia, did you remember your question? No. Okay. Well, we're gonna go ahead. There's lots of opportunity for questions in the
Madam
future.
Chair, can we take a picture of our future of Santa Fe County broadband and who made it happen?
Yes. Thank you very much, guys.
Madam Chair?
Oh, yes.
Yes, I hope it's not 50 years.
No.
It is yours.
How about 5?
Even 5 years, Nate will still look very young. Sorry, guys.
That takes us to item 8B, which is presentation of Santa Fe County Clerk's Office 2021 Cleary Award from the U.S. Election Assistance Commission. Madam Clerk.
Hello, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm very pleased to tell you a little bit about this award. It's a national award, but I do have an expert witness. Secretary of State Maggie Toulouse Oliver would like to talk about this award. She's a previous winner, and I'll give her the floor if that's allowed.
Absolutely. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Commissioner. Hello, Commissioners. Sorry? Okay, talking over somebody, but it's a pleasure to be with you all virtually. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I have 3 or 4 Zooms that I have to do one after the other this evening, but I just wanted to take the opportunity and really congratulate the clerk on achieving the honor. The Cleary Awards are given from the United States Election Assistance Commission to organizations that are demonstrating innovation election administration. And as Kat mentioned, as Clerk Clark mentioned, I previously received this award, Bernalillo County's previous award, and I believe that Santa Fe is the 3rd recipient of this award in New Mexico. So that's a lot to be proud of, especially with elections being incredibly challenging in this day and age, and the work that our election administrators do is so incredibly challenging. So it's just a real honor and a feather in our cap for the state that the Santa Fe County Clerk's Office has won this award. So I just really wanted to take the opportunity to get those 2 cents. Thank you all for supporting she does. And just to say how proud I am and how proud I know the rest of the state is in our little election administration family. So congratulations to you, County Clerk Clark and to Santa Fe County. Thank you for having me.
That is so great, Madam Secretary of State. We're very honored to have you and so grateful for the words you provided. Very good to see you, and thank you for the time.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So I did want to chat a little bit about what we did win for, which is the I Voted sticker. It's a special category that the Cleary Awards presents, particularly for the outreach ability, the ability to replicate it, and also that it represents its community. So as you remember, we did a high school sticker contest last fall, and we had the county staff used ranked choice voting. It was a way to sort of demonstrate how ranked choice voting works to pick the winning sticker. And this was the winning sticker, and this is the sticker that won for the Cleary Awards. So the winner was Cadence Gonzalez, who is now in college and, off to bigger, better things out of high school. But she did sort of provide us a little bio about why she did this design. I thought it was really sort of an excellent demonstration of getting youth involved. So she says, my name is Cadence Gonzalez, and I'm a senior at HCC High School. I plan to hopefully go to college on the East Coast, study government and politics, and then come back to my community and serve. I love to create art and learn about government. One reason I joined this contest was because I could combine two of my passions for a cause that I truly believe in. The other reason is that I believe that one of the greatest abilities we have as citizens is the ability to vote, and to even be a part of that process in a small way. Through a small sticker is very meaningful to me. I can't wait till I can vote, so get out there and go vote. So I think this was a way to demonstrate how to get young people who can't quite vote yet interested in voting, and that's one of the reasons why this sticker was chosen, because of our extensive outreach to different youth organizations, through the school district, and through different tribal schools. We were really trying to make an effort to reach young people and talk to them about the possibility of getting involved in our student poll working program, and also, that voting is important, and this was a small way they could get involved. So phase one of sort of our student outreach program was the sticker contest. The sticker could be in English, Spanish, and Indigenous languages. We had county employees, as I said, ranked choice vote. Then these stickers actually went out on the absentee ballots and were available during early voting and election day as a way of showing community pride, and that we were honoring this person who had done such hard work to design the sticker. And one of the fun things about this was that our high school intern, Isa, was someone who did a lot. Okay, so here we go. Phase two, so we are planning on continuing the I Voted sticker contest. So we actually have the sticker contest going on right now, and we've extended the deadline because more and more people are showing interest. And so if you do have a sticker out there and you're between the ages of 14 and 18, you can still submit your sticker, and you may have the winning design. So we're planning on making this an annual contest. We also have finally, this position has gone out a couple of times, but we have finally offered a position to an outreach coordinator, and they are starting May 9th. Of course, the election starts May 10th, so they're going to be just jumping right in. We're planning on expanding our paid internship program. We're looking for funding for that right now. We're planning on expanding our voter registration drive. So last night we were actually at Meow Wolf at the community night, so we're trying to reach a broader audience and also try to reach young people, getting them interested in voting and starting early, right? They say that voting is a habit, and if you get people to start early, then they will vote for their lifetime. We're planning on expanding our high school poll workers program, and we would like to ideally create a mock election program where we would go into all of the high schools and have high school students actually be able to touch a ballot and cast their ballot at the tabulators so they don't feel intimidated the first time they go vote. So this is where you can find information about how to submit for the second annual sticker contest. And that's it. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. But we are honored in the clerk's office to be able to get recognition for this effort. So.
Excellent. Congratulations.
Thank you,
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Great job for actually getting pretty much obviously a national award. And it's in recognizing the youth, how to get in register to vote. Actually, this last weekend, I actually got 7 kids that just turned 18 to register to vote. But great job in reaching out there, because that's what it's about, democracy and what we need to do to vote. Great job. Thank you, Madam
Commissioner.
Excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. Madam Chair, congratulations. I think this is great. I completely agree with the fact that if you get children voting in the beginning, as soon as they are able to vote, I have voted since I was able to, and I have never missed an election or an opportunity to vote. And I think that also having parents emphasize how important it is to vote is important in family situations. But at the same time, however we can encourage them and to get out and vote is the most important thing. And so congratulations, and I think this is great. We need more incentives to encourage people to vote. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations, Clerk Clark. And I just wanted to point out that the Academy for Technology and Classics is in my district, and it's where my sons went to school. And so I'm never surprised when somebody, I mean, they were just lucky because they started at the beginning when it wasn't, but it's become such a good school as well, and turns out a lot of creative students. And I think when I voted for that sticker, I didn't realize a high school student had made it, probably because I wasn't paying attention, but it's good to know. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have some repeats. Commissioner Garcia?
Also,
Thank
thank
you,
you, Madam
Commissioner
Chair. I apologize for not bringing this. There's a gentleman that actually taught me this a long time ago, and his name was the ex-mayor, George Gonzalez, who was actually Mayor Javier Gonzalez's dad many, many years ago. He told me that's one of the things that you actually can do that counts is vote, and so get out there and vote. But he was actually right, and he is right. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson?
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't on?
No, you were not.
Well, so once again, I will say thank you once again, County Clerk, for using the Santa Fe County logo, which I think is incredibly important. I appreciate that very much. I think it is confusing for people when they only see a county clerk or treasurer or assessor's logo and they don't see the county clerk's our county logo attached to it. So you get a lot of points from me for doing that, and thank you very much.
Thank you. So congratulations, Clerk Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commission.
Thank you. And thanks again to Secretary of State Maggie Toulouse Oliver for joining us. So that takes us to item 9. Oh, you're still with us. Thank you. That takes us to item 9, which is matters of public concern. And I understand we have had 2 people, and I'll check and see if that has increased, who are online, who wish to address the board. So I'm opening matters from public concern. And is Deirdre Monroe with us? If you are, if you could unmute yourself and speak to us. Daniel, can you check and see if Deirdre Monroe is still online with us?
Madam Chair, I do not see the name Deirdre Monroe on there on the list, but I do see that there is a call-in user. Never mind, we just lost the call-in user.
Can you, if you're, Ms. Monroe, if you're the caller on the phone, if you could unmute your phone, I think it's *6, so that you could be heard. If she comes on, I will come back to her. We also had Laura Detert sign up. Laura, are you on with us?
Madam Chair, I do see Laura online, but it looks like she has 3 accounts online. Before she speaks, if she could please log out of 2 of those to avoid any feedback. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So Laura, once you log out, if you could unmute yourself on a single login and speak, that would be great. While we're waiting for Laura, I'm going to put out the general request. Is there anybody else online who wishes to speak during matters of public concern to the Commission? And Daniel, do you still see Laura online? And if so, could you give her any further instructions that might be helpful for us to make a connection here?
Madam Chair, I do see Laura online, and she only has one account now, so she should be able to speak.
Laura, if you could check your mute button and your volume, because we're not hearing you if you are attempting to speak with us. Well, I'll tell you what. Since we're not having too much technical success right now, Laura, if you're still desirous of speaking during matters of public concern, could you please let Daniel know? And I can reopen matters from the public. Otherwise, I think I'm going to go ahead and move along, close matters of public concern. That would take us to matters from the county manager. Manager Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair, County Commissioners. I have quite a few updates. First one being the biweekly COVID updates that I give. Sadly, cases are continuing to rise. Over the weekend, including Saturday, Sunday, Monday, there were 422 new cases reported, an average of about 140 per day across the state, bringing the total cases reported in the state to 521,432. The number of hospital patients across the state as of Monday was 38, with 4 on ventilators. Our Santa Fe County case counts that on Friday, there were reported 25 new cases with a county total of 28,474. And CDC is reporting Santa Fe County community level is low. We keep bouncing around on the low to medium risk level. But our vaccination rates in the state and in the county are still good. First dose, 91.3%, and fully vaccinated, 78% of eligible adults in New Mexico. And then in the county, first dose, 99%, and fully vaccinated at 87.8%. We still continue to deliver food to our seniors, even though we have opened our senior centers on a modified schedule. We delivered 2,759 meals to seniors last week, and still are averaging about 5 trips per day for high-risk medical transportation for our seniors. And then, as I said, the senior centers continued those modified scheduled hours with COVID-safe protocols last week, and we had 163 congregate meals that were served last week. So seniors are still continuing to come back to our senior centers, and we are happy to see them. Our Santa Fe County Fire Department is assembling a working group of fire and line safety educators from our fire departments located in the northern and north central New Mexico region to discuss, share, and support one another. They're having a kickoff meeting on Wednesday, May 11th our Rancho Viejo Fire Station. And fire and life safety educator Jeff Folgate is organizing this working group. In his invitation to other departments, he said, individually, we bring value to our collective departments, but collectively, we can be much more effective in our roles through networking and idea sharing. And if you want additional information about that program, I have a flyer that I can send to you, but it essentially says its subject is Formation of the Northern and North Central New Mexico Fire and Life Safety Educators Networking Group. And Hello Educators, Santa Fe County Fire Department is assembling a working group of fire and life safety educators from fire departments located in northern and north central New Mexico to discuss, share, and support one another. And then talks about inviting them to a meeting and what the group hopes to discuss at meetings and assisting one another in brainstorming ideas. And if anybody wants any additional information, you could also contact Jeff Folgate at 505-995-6517 or email at jfolgate@santafecounty.m.gov. And hopefully we will see several firefighters on May 11th. Then we also have, and I've mentioned this before, we've been working with the Santa Fe Community College on the fiber optic technician boot camp course. This is at the Santa Fe Community College. It's a free 5-day hands-on intensive program that provides students an opportunity to earn 3 certifications from the Fiber Optic Association that are recognized throughout the world and aligned with industry standards. Classes are from May 31st through June 4th from 8 to 5 p.m. And I also have a flyer for that. I have lots of flyers over here today. And that is Become a Certified Fiber Optic Technician at the Fiber Optic Technician Boot Camp. And talks about how to register and what the courses entail. It's a Certified Fiber Optics Technician course, Certified Fiber Optics Specialist in Testing and Maintenance course, and Certified Fiber Optics Specialist in Splicing course. And participants must be a high school graduate or equivalent, 18 years old or older, able to attend the entire boot camp and paid internship, provide proof of COVID vaccination, and first consideration will be for Santa Fe County residents. And my next flyer, Earth Day. Earth Day 2022 planting events. We have last year's Earth Day celebrations and doing planting events throughout each county commission district was so successful. We are repeating that this year. So the Earth Day planting events got underway last Saturday in District 1 at the Santa Cruz Public Housing Development Site. And from what I heard, there was a great turnout, and it was a very successful event. I'd like to give a special shout out and thank you to our sustainability team, our open space crew and the housing staff, the liaisons, and Daniel Frescas for capturing it all and creating a great video as well. If you haven't seen the video, it is on our county Facebook page. Our next Earth Day planting event is this Saturday in District 4 at the Arroyo Hondo Southern Trailhead parking lot. And we also have on May 7th the Earth Day at Boys and Girls Club in the Via Vista housing subdivision. On May 14th, we have the Edgewood Senior Center. And on May 21st, the Camino Jacobo Public Housing Development in Santa Fe. And all of these events are free, and you don't have to have any gardening experience. We will let you come dig holes and plant plants and hopefully not kill them, because we'll we'll train you and provide all of the appropriate materials. We would suggest, if you'd like to join us, to bring a reusable water bottle, and we'll provide water and snacks. And if you do have your own gardening tools, you're welcome to bring those, but we do have tools and gloves available as well. And you can sign up for the Earth Day plantings at www.santafecountynm.gov/Earth Day. So I didn't do all of them, but I did do one at El Dorado. Had a good time doing that last year. It was fun. So I would encourage anybody who wants to dig in the dirt a little bit, feel like you're contributing to our carbon emissions reductions by planting some plants, to come out and join us on one of those days. Then community services updates. Community Services submitted a NACO award application. I had mentioned this at the last board meeting, that we were going to try to submit for the NACO Achievement Award. We did submit one for our Connect program. We weren't able to submit one for the program in the fire department. The COOP program, hopefully we'll be able to do that next year. There were some requirements that we didn't quite meet in order to submit for that, but we did put one in for the Connect program, and they've been working, CST has been working along with fire on a county-wide campaign for fentanyl public awareness targeted at youth and parents, and that campaign is set to launch this week. We hope to hear, by the way, on the NACO Achievement Award application next week on that. But if we don't get one, that's okay, because the Connect program is great. We know that it's really a strong initiative in our community, and we're really proud of it, and hopefully NACO will recognize that. Also, I wanted to remind the commissioners that we will be having a ribbon cutting for this wonderful building. Hopefully we can unlock the doors and let everybody in. Everyone says to me, when can we come in there and see it? You can if you have an appointment, but on May 5th, between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m., we will be having a ribbon cutting and a grand opening celebration of this historic John Gamin building renovation, and we'll be sending out invitations, and the staff is organizing that event. Also, I wanted to give the board an update on the South Meadows property. I did reach out to Mr. Mike Lofton at HomeWise to inquire as to what HomeWise plans to do relative to the purchase agreement for the South Meadows property. We discussed their options again, and he said he would let me know, give me a call tomorrow and let me know what they decide to do. The options essentially on the table for them are closing on April 30th per the purchase agreement, or they could exercise provisions to terminate the agreement and receive their earnest money back due to the fact that they have not received entitlements from the City Planning Commission and City Council by May 5th, or they could request an extension. I have not received a request, formal request for extension by HomeWise, but I did ask that Mr. Lofton please let me know what the HomeWise intends to do. He said he would let me know tomorrow. Then I had one other item of information. I know this is of concern to the Board of County Commissioners relative to BDD and SWAMA. It's my understanding that City of Santa Fe's audit firm has terminated their engagement with the City of Santa Fe to complete their audit, and that the state auditor is looking into that. I know that has implications for the audits for SWAMA and BDD, which are joint authorities between the city and county. So we will stay on top of that and follow up with the city as to what the plans are for engaging an auditor, if it is not the state auditor, to complete the audits for those joint authorities. And those are my updates. Thank you. I stand for questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much for all of that. And yes, we are concerned about the audit situation. If there are no questions, I'm going to go back to public comment and reopen public comment because I understand Laura Dietrich is calling user number 6 and is ready to speak. So Laura, if you're on, if you could unmute yourself and please speak to the commission.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great.
Thank you.
All right. Well, let's give Sarah Smith a round of applause because she's the worker behind the scenes making all this happen. But Madam Chair and members of the commission, my name is Laura Dietrich, and I am a citizen in Santa Fe County and have 2 concerns. Number one, I have recently noticed that a voting drop box located next to the downtown post office's drive-by mailboxes near Palace Place. I'm greatly concerned about this voting drop box, and I'm sure that there are others that exist throughout our state. For the record, I am greatly opposed to voting drop boxes and feel that they are subject to potential tampering and are unconstitutional. Does the board have any authority into looking into this matter any further? That's my question number one. And question number two, I've also recently been made aware that citizens of Santa Fe County are required to be vaccinated in order to be hired as poll workers in the upcoming elections. I believe this is both unconstitutional and violates an individual's HIPAA rights. Does the board have any authority into looking into this matter as well?
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Manager Miller. Okay, well, thank you, Laura. You can hang on and listen. I'm not sure that there's any response at this time. This is matters from reporting, but
Madam Chair, I could speak to the Dropbox issue.
go ahead, Clerk.
So there is a Dropbox that did get loose due to vandalism. There's been a police report filed, and I think the Secretary of State plans to repair it this week and determine who did it and go after them. So.
Okay, thank you. That's good information.
Madam
Miller?
I could speak to the, and I'm sorry, I don't have an earpiece, so I could not hear everything, but I believe that the second point was whether we're requiring people to be vaccinated relative to elections.
No, for poll workers.
Poll workers, yes, we have required that poll workers be vaccinated, but I also understand that we had a couple of requests for exemptions, and we did provide, I know, at least one exemption, I don't think there's been an issue with getting enough poll workers.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Dietrich, for your comments. So I'm going to go ahead and close matters of public concern. And we're moving now to item 11, which is matters from the county commissioners and other elected officials. So which end am I starting on tonight? Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to request a presentation, hopefully at the next BCC meeting, by the Santa Fe Forest Service on the Santa Fe Resiliency Project. I believe the comments are due on May 13th, and I would like to have them give a presentation of the public comment and why they have what their position is on that. I think it is imperative that we, as a commission, hear from them on their reasonings for prescribed burns and why they're so important, and what we can do as a county to make sure that they are safe and at the same time respectful of our community. So I would like to request that presentation on May 10th. I also read in the paper today that the governor is requesting that county and cities enact a fireworks ban, and I understand that we have to do that by proclamation and that they only last for 30 days. But if we can start doing that soon, since it was the selling of fireworks in counties and cities that I believe the governor was speaking about. So since I know we're going to hear from the fire chief and Chief Jama, our deputy chief, I don't know your exact title, I apologize, in a little bit. So I would like to know what we're going to do about that. And then I have some very sad news. When I was working with Sarah and the county manager about who to invite to our ribbon cutting for this building, Lynette Polar, who was the New Mexico State Historic Preservation architect who worked with us during the restoration of this building and did an excellent job, passed away on January 6th, 2022. And she was only 64 years old. And she died peacefully at home using New Mexico medical assistance and dying to end the terrible suffering caused by ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease. And I'm really sorry to hear that. I had a wonderful working relationship with her and knew her, and she was an incredibly kind and decent human being, and also loved this building and loved historic preservation. And it is very sad to hear of her passing. She was only 58 years old, and so I didn't realize that until this afternoon when Sarah told me we were looking to send her an invitation, and we found out that she had passed away. But I hope other people from the SHPO, from the State Historic Preservation, will come to our ribbon cutting. But I wanted to acknowledge her now, and I hope to acknowledge her again at the ribbon cutting, because she worked really great and really hard with our team to make this building as beautiful as it is. And with that, that is all I have. I might remember something else in the meantime. As you know, I seem to forget every once in a while. But thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to share those things.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple things. Reiteration that May 7th is the Earth Day planting in my district at the Valle Vista Community Center. And we were very fortunate that we're going to have music from the ATC music program, which is close to that area. And since that's so close to the time I usually do my public meeting hour with Hank, I'm not going to do the online meeting, hoping that my constituents, if they want to talk to me, will show up and plant plants on May 7th at Valle Vista. Also, there's been a lot of interest and concern about developments in the community college district. As we all know, we've been approving developments. It's been kind of stagnant on housing development in the county after the recession, and now it's picking up again. And I think some people bought houses out there thinking that a lot of that land would always be vacant, not realizing that it's in the community college planned district. So I'm going to have a meeting with constituents, primarily from the Rancho Viejo Homeowners Association, on May 14th at the Rancho Viejo Fire Station from 10 to 12, and I'm sure anybody from that area who wants to talk to me and hear about development can come at that time. And finally, a group of my constituents who are, of course, concerned about plastic use and plastic pollution have formed a group called Santa Fe Beyond Plastics, and I'm just excited to learn what they're planning to do and how we might work with them on reducing plastic waste in our community. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things in regards to the ground opening of this beautiful building. I actually went to school for architectural design many years ago, and just whenever you see the prints that are in the hallways, it's just amazing to see John Gonmin, which is the original architect of this building, some of the drawings that he has in there, especially the ones downstairs where he actually designed the light fixtures, and it's just great to see that, and I guess I like that stuff. And actually, that was actually, or it is, or was, Senator Majority Leader Peter Worth's grandpa, which is even. I just like that stuff. It's good. I just we're gonna hear in regards to the fires, so I'll be looking forward to see what we're gonna how we can assist the individuals up north. In regards to Earth Day, last Thursday I went and for the city of Santa Fe's Earth Day and picked up probably about 2 or 3 bags of waste along the park there on Siringo Road area. That was actually interesting, and we're gonna all have our individual Earth Days with the Sustainability Office that we will be working with. I also talked about getting the 7 kids to vote. This last weekend, it was actually great to see at the county fairgrounds the amount of traffic that was there at the county fairgrounds, and because they were filming a movie. And our film office obviously was involved with that, but that parking lot was just with employees regarding the movies. That was actually great. One of the other things that I did this in the last week and a half, 2 weeks, is I went to opening ceremonies for the Little League there at Regal Park. And well, first of all, it was the Easter egg hunt, and the chief of Santa Fe said they actually hid 16,000 eggs. I'm like, whoa. And then right after that was opening ceremonies for the Little Leaguers, T-ballers, and everybody else out there. And it was a great ceremony just to see kids out there exercising and getting out there. And Madam Chair, I think just want to give another shout out to the retirees, Sam Romero and Margie Romero. Congratulations once again to them. And that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Roybal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to acknowledge Ambra Baca and all the liaisons for their work that they do to support all of us on the board. And recently we just sent another newsletter out for my commission district. So I just want to recognize Amber and the other constituents for their hard work. I know that they all work together and they make a great team. So I just want to recognize them for that. I also want to talk a little bit about the Earth Day event that we had in my district at the Santa Cruz housing. It was a great event. It was well attended, and I was very happy to see everybody there. We had a lot of staff as well, and Daniel did a great job capturing the event. It was well attended, like I said, and in the past we've had Senator Lujan attend. Representative Tara Lujan also attended or has attended, and also our county clerk, Miss Catherine Clark, also has attended. And this year, for the first time, we had attendance, which would make sense given we are in the city limits of Espanola. We had Councilor Peggy Sue Martinez and Denise Benavides, and also we had a Representative Andrea Romero that attended as well. So I wanted to just thank everybody and staff for attending this event and working hard to make it so positive and such a great event. It was great to see people out there working together to plant these trees, and we also actually had Justin Green that attended as somebody that's running for my district for Commission District 1. So we did have all of them in attendance. So it was great to see everybody out there, and I just want to recognize that and just appreciation to everybody coming together for this Earth Day event and working to beautify our communities. So I just wanted to say that, and also just thank all of our county staff for their hard work. Every day, I'm proud to make recognitions, and I reach out to staff or to directors occasionally and ask them about certain issues that we're having in the county, and they're always receptive and very respectful and just great to work with. I mean, we have probably the best staff here in Santa Fe County, and so I'm just really proud to be a part of that, and just want to recognize all of our staff for that. So just a huge shout out to everybody. Thank you. I appreciate it, and that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Garcia.
I'm sorry, but very well said by colleagues here on the dais up here. One of the things that was very interesting that I did this last week was the National Secretary of Education, Cardenas, actually came into Santa Fe, to our Santa Fe Public Schools. And he had a roundtable with, and it was interesting because there's like 5 or 7 Secret Service. And Senator Ben Ray Lohan was there. And it was actually great to see the Secretary Cardenas of the National Secretary of Education came down to Santa Fe. But that was one of my highlights last week, but just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for District 4, I just wanted to repeat what Manager Miller mentioned, which is this Saturday, April 30th, from 9 to 12 is the Earth Day planting in District 4 at the Arroyo Hondo Trailhead. It starts at 9 a.m. Participants can still pre-register at santafecounty.nm.gov/Earth Day, and you can register the day of the event. So please come by. You've heard how wonderful it is in other districts. So, Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. I have one more update, and that is that there, at 6 o'clock this evening, there is a MPO meeting on Cerrillos Road. It is a virtual meeting. It is through the MPO, so I'm sure you could reach it also with the DOT and through the city website. And it is the realignment of Cerrillos Road from St. Michael's to St. Francis. So if anyone is listening and wants to go to that meeting, it starts at 6 o'clock. And I would type in MPO, New Mexico DOT, and you'll be able to find the Zoom platform. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So that would move, yes, Commissioner Hughes.
I'm sorry. Speaking of our wonderful liaisons, Olivia reminded me of another thing I'm supposed to announce, which is that tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, our Public Works Department and the engineers are putting on a public meeting about the Northeast-Southeast Connector. I think we've already had 146 people register to listen in on that meeting, but there's room for more if anybody is interested. And of course, it's very exciting for this project to be finally getting underway.
Excellent.
Madam Chair, I neglected to mention that Commissioner Hughes was also at my event, so I apologize for that. And it was wonderful. He's been at quite a few of my events out in my district, so I just want to recognize him for that because he has to come all the way from Edgewood. So I appreciate that, Commissioner Hughes, and thank you for being there. I mean, El Dorado, sorry.
One of those E-district places, right? Yeah, that's right. Excellent. Thank you all so much. So that takes us from matters from other elected officials. Madam Clerk, do you have stuff for us?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Just a reminder that we are soon to be having a primary election. Voting starts in the clerk's office May 10th. Expanded early voting starts Saturday, May 21st, and election day is Tuesday, June 7th. If you are not a major party member, that means Democrat, Republican, or Libertarian, you will need to change your voter registration now, or you can change your registration by using same-day voter registration in order at all open polling locations in order to be able to vote in this election. If you want to request an absentee ballot, you can do so at nmvote.org. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other elected officials online? Because I don't see anybody in the chambers who are interested in speaking matters from elected officials. Daniel, is our treasurer or sheriff online?
Madam Chair, I do not see any other elected officials on WebEx.
Okay, thank you so much. So that would, where does that take us? That takes us to the public hearings. So item 13 is case number 22-5060, Cerrillos Bar, transfer of ownership of dispenser liquor license number 0803. And I think for the rest of that information, we can go directly to Jose Laranjada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The applicant is requesting approval of a transfer of ownership of a dispenser liquor license number 0803, with on-premises consumption and package sales. The current owner of the dispenser license is listed as Kathy A. Mora, personal representative of the estate of Mary Taparo Mora. The dispenser license will be transferred to Kathy A. Mora. The Cerrillos Bar has consistently been in operation prior to the Sustainable Land Development Code being in place and is in possession of a current Santa Fe County business license. The zoning for this property is regulated by ordinance number 2016-9, the Sustainable Land Development Code, Chapter 9, Section 9.4, Los Cerrillos Community District Overlay. The site is within Los Cerrillos Community District Overlay, Rural Commercial Overlay Zone, and is zoned as traditional community. Section 9.4.1.2.A.1 allows for retail sales of beer, wine, liquor as a permitted use within the Rural Commercial Overlay Zone. The State Alcoholic Beverage Control Division granted preliminary approval of this request in accordance with Section 60-6B-2.L NMSA of the Liquor Control Act. The Liquor Control Act at Section 60-6B-4 requires the Board of County Commissioners to conduct a public hearing on the request to transfer the ownership of dispenser license number 0803. In accordance with the Liquor Control Act, the BCC may disapprove the transfer of the license if the proposed location is within an area where the sale of alcoholic beverages is prohibited by the laws of New Mexico, the transfer would be in violation of a zoning or other ordinance, or the transfer would be detrimental to the public's health, safety, or morals of the residents of the local option district. Growth Management staff has reviewed this request for compliance with pertinent code requirements and finds the following facts to support this submittal. Retail sales of beer, wine, liquor are allowed as a permitted use within the Rural Commercial Overlay Zone. The applicant has met the state of New Mexico requirements for noticing. The site is 419 feet from the nearest church and 10 miles from the nearest school. Staff recommends approval of a transfer of ownership of dispenser license number 0803 with on-premise consumption and package sales located at 15A First Street. Madam Chair, I stand for any questions.
Excellent, thank you very much. Before we open it for public hearing, is the applicant present and desiring to make a statement? Do you know?
Madam Chair, Ms. Mora did inform me that her internet is not very good out in Cerrillos, but she was supposed to call in. I hope she's on the line.
And if not, that's no problem. It's just an opportunity. Ms. Moore, are you on the line? And if you are and care to say anything, can you unmute yourself? Okay, I'm going to, and she's would be free to make a statement at any time if she's able to join us. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment, and then I'll after public comment, we'll obviously go to the commissioners for questions or comments. Is there anybody here from the public, either here present or on the WebEx or telephone, who wishes to speak to this matter? And right away, I'll ask Daniel, do you see anybody online who has indicated a desire to speak to this matter?
Madam Chair, I do not see anything on WebEx indicating that anyone would like to speak.
Okay, well, I can always reopen public comment. I'm going to go ahead and close it for the moment and go to questions or comments from the commissioners. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Larinaga, so this is basically an existing license and they're just changing the name of the ownership?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that's correct.
And in regards to the alcohol and gaming, because the church is down the street from this existing, is this a grandfathered-in establishment?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, the distance meets the requirements of the ABC.
And then once again, this is actually an establishment that has been there in Cerrillos for many, many years. And they're changing the ownership of it, which is, if that's what the intent is, then I'm okay with it. And there's no other questions. I'll move for approval.
Second.
Great, I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Good. That was short and sweet. So that would take us to item 14, which is public hearing on the proposed ordinance, an emergency ordinance declaring hazardous fire conditions and imposing restrictions on open fires, smoking, and other ignition sources. We have John LeBlay here. Welcome. Is that on? Is the green light on? Hit the button. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. First of all, I'd like to thank the County Legal Department or legal team for their effectiveness and efficiency in putting all this documentation together that I'm about to present you. The Fire Department proposes to the Board of County Commissioners that emergency circumstances support adoption of an emergency ordinance to mitigate fire hazards in Santa Fe County. Due to the emergency circumstances, adoption of an emergency ordinance will reduce the rapidly increasing livelihood of an accidental wildland fire start during our traditional spring fire season, improve public and firefighter safety, and preserve property in Santa Fe County. Some of the findings that support this request are as follows. New Mexico is experiencing what is being referred to as a mega drought, causing above normal temperatures and dry vegetation. Santa Fe County is experiencing extreme weather conditions, including strong winds and low humidity, exacerbating already dangerous fire conditions. The recent windy, dry, and unstable atmosphere with low relative humidity are some of the risk triggers causing the local Haines Index, which is a weather index of factors contributing to the likelihood of large or erratic wildfires, to climb to 5 on a scale of 2 to 6, with 6 being the highest potential for large fires. As of April 24, 2022, there were 20 wildfires burning in New Mexico. Firefighting resources are committed to extinguishing existing fires, which could diminish capacity to respond to new fires. The United States Department of Agriculture, which manages the Santa Fe National Forest, implemented Stage 2 fire restrictions, restricting building, maintaining, attending, or using fires, campfires, or stove fires, smoking, and driving off designated roads. The New Mexico Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department, Forestry Division, announced restriction on fireworks, smoking, campfires, and open fires in New Mexico effective April 22nd, 2022. They have urged coordination with other jurisdictions, including counties, to ensure that appropriate protections are in place to protect New Mexico as fire danger and wildfires increase. At this time, Governor Lujan Grisham has issued executive orders for Mora County, Valencia County, and Colfax County, declaring an emergency due to the vast area of those counties experiencing wildfires. Mora County has issued a disaster proclamation due to the currently burning wildfires. Santa Fe County's fire department is urging members of the community to register for the Santa Fe Alert platform to ensure assist and deepen throughout Santa Fe County and New Mexico during the coming months. Therefore, I am here before you to request approval of an emergency ordinance declaring hazardous fire conditions and imposing restrictions on open fires, smoking, and other ignition sources within Santa Fe County. In the alternative, please consider authorizing publication of title and general summary of the emergency ordinance declaring hazardous fire conditions and imposing restrictions on open fires, smoking, and other ignition sources within Santa Fe County, and scheduling a special meeting to hold a public hearing on the emergency ordinance at the earliest possible date. As Madam Chair and Commissioner Hansen, to answer your question, not your question, but your comment earlier, the legal department and the fire department are already working on a resolution to adopt a fireworks ban. And with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you very much. Yes.
I apologize, Madam Chair. With me is Walter Dashino,
Yes.
One of our members of the wildland team.
Yes. I was going to welcome him to welcome Walter. It's great to see you, and Walter's an incredibly valuable member of our wildland and leader of our wildland team. I think the first question has to do with the process. It's so maybe I know Rachel Brown sent information to us, but we are within our right to pass this outright today without publishing title and general summary. So I just wanted, I don't know, I guess I wanted that on the record and to render the opinion that seems like the prudent thing to do. Commissioner Hansen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair,
Yes.
and thank you, Ajama. Yes, so I think it is imperative that we do declare this emergency ordinance immediately, because we're now in the midst, and I think that it is imperative that we do this. And with that, I would like to make a motion for approval of the emergency ordinance declaring hazardous fire conditions and imposing restrictions on open fire, smoking, and other ignition sources within Santa Fe County.
Second.
Well, everybody's seconding it. I was going to pipe in too. So we have a motion in multiple seconds, but under further discussion, I'm going to just go down the line. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question, and the only advantage I could see to doing a public hearing and all that, and I'm not suggesting we do that, would be to get the word out. So if we pass this tonight, how are we going to make sure everybody in Santa Fe County knows this? Because most people don't watch commission meetings, and you know, they got to know that they're not supposed to be smoking in the parks and all that. How are we going to get the word out?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, we will utilize the social media platform that we currently do. We could contact the county manager's office, and Carmelina Hart could potentially do a press release. We could contact the newspaper. I'm sure Carmelina Hart could potentially contact the newspapers and radio. On our part, I can only speak for the fire department, we will put it on the social media platform, and we could potentially use those electronic road signs, maybe one on the north, one in the south, just announcing it.
Yeah, I think all of the above would be great. You know, news release, get it on the radio, social media, everything, just so the word gets out. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Roybal.
Thank you for my colleagues and for the fire department or staff for bringing this forward. As we know, the fires in the Mora, San Miguel area are, I talked to a friend of mine, a couple of friends of mine, and he said the fire, I talked to him 5 days ago, and he said the fire's like about 12 miles away. I talked to him 2 days ago, and he said they have to leave. The fire's like within half a mile from their house. And so it's kind of, it just breaks my heart. In regards to, I'm sure the county manager's office will do a press release, and can you make sure and check with the sheriff's department as well? Because one of the things here is there's a lot of stuff there, whether it's campfires or the use of off-road vehicles and motorbikes, you know, because there's a lot of individuals that ride their motorbikes and off-road vehicles, and the sheriff's department needs to make sure that if they see them out there, they can't be riding them out there, and they need to do some sort of a enforcement. But if somebody can just please check with the sheriff's department.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I will personally send an email to Juan Rios at the Sheriff's Office to announce it, and I will also include the Regional Emergency Communication Center.
Yes, exactly, thank you. And also send something also to the Sheriff Mendoza as well, please.
I will.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Roybal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we've covered it pretty well, but, you know, one thing I do want to mention is that all of us as commissioners have a email lists that go out to our district, and so we can probably send it out through those email lists as well. I think that's a great avenue that we can get the word out. Also, the schools do have, the different school districts actually have where they send out messages to their parents when there's an emergency. I don't know if we could work with the schools to help us disseminate that message, but I think it's important for us to let our constituents know. So if there's any way we can coordinate with the schools, I think that might be a really good way to get the message out as well. And that's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, our fire and life safety educator is in close contact with the schools, especially up north. I'll make sure that he shares this information with them.
That's really great. Well, so I just want to add my thanks for doing this. It's obviously incredibly important. We're in really dire times. You know, I think it would, two things. I think it would be maybe useful to contact the television news stations, even though the local news is based in Albuquerque, giving them a little note they might do that also as a public service announcement. And Commissioner Roybal's suggestion about the commissioners putting out notes is a good one. Would it be possible for you to write up just a really, really brief summary of the announcement that you give to Carmelina and have it sent to the liaisons?
Madam Chair, absolutely.
That would be good. Okay, that's great.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
Yeah, and also make sure that they get the BLM order, because, you know, we don't have authority on BLM land, but BLM has authority. So that is part of the reason why we wanted to all work together, so the authorities would be not overlapping, but, you know, the authorities would be overlapping so that we can make sure that every place is covered. And the notice from BLM is rather short. I just sent it to Catherine Miller, and I believe I sent it to Chief Lindsay as soon as I got it. So I think that is also important to get out, and I'm sure that they are working to get it out also. But thank you. I think this is really important that we move forward with it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, Mr. Dashino here, he's got some contacts at the BLM, and he will coordinate to make sure that everybody knows we have passed this emergency ordinance and we're on the same page with everybody else. We also have the United States Department of Agriculture, the Santa Fe National Forest, the State Forester, so there's many agencies surrounding us that are imposing the same restrictions at the same time. So we're all on the same page.
Is there a clear list?
Fantastic.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there a clear list of everything that's prohibited by this ordinance so the public won't be confused about what open burning? I ask because, you mentioned, cigarettes and anything and things like that. And so, people, I know I get calls about, well, does that include running chainsaws or mowing the lawn, or what does it include? So,
Madam Chair, thank you for that question. Each agency has different restrictions.
right.
They are very similar, but some are different than others. Like BLM has more restrictions on chainsaw operation because they are expecting people to do maybe work or hard work. In Santa Fe County, we have included them under Section 4 of the proposed ordinance. There will still be questions, and just for the record, grills that have gas grills that have an emergency shut-off will still be allowed, as well as portable fireplaces in private homes that have spark arresters, enclosed fireplaces. They will still be allowed. What we don't want is any open burning that could potentially, the wind could take the embers and create spot fires.
That's great. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, I know I forwarded the BLM order to you, but in the BLM order, it says fireworks and exploding targets are prohibited on all BLM lands in New Mexico under fire prevention orders. So they've already eliminated fireworks, but not this. I believe the governor's order wanted the sale of fireworks also banned.
Well, that's
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, yes, the BLM have imposed some fireworks ban. I believe either Santa Fe National Forest or the State Forester has also imposed fireworks ban. We are working on our own county fireworks ban as we speak with the legal department, and we'll be presenting it at the next BCC meeting.
okay, great. So, if there's no additional discussion, I have a motion and a second. Can I get a?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Okay.
This is a little bit off the ordinance, but obviously you have our majority approval, but is the county assisting San Miguel area or the Mora area as into assistance, or do we know, or can we, Manager Miller?
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Yes, I believe county emergency management took some water and took some Gatorade pallets of it to help out with the Cooks Peak fire. And so, yeah, we are assisting if they need some stuff, sir.
Madam
You're welcome.
Chair? Thank you. Ms. Brown, Attorney Brown.
Thank you. I just wanted to ensure that you held a public hearing before you actually took action on the ordinance and
Well,
that you
thank you
adopt
for
the
that.
ordinance by roll call vote.
I appreciate, I would not have forgotten that. So I will go ahead and open public comment. Is there anybody here from the public or online on WebEx or telephone who wishes to speak to this matter? Daniel, do you see anybody on WebEx or online?
Madam Chair, I do not see anybody online that wishes to speak.
Thank you very much. I guess it's no use being redundant, so I'll go ahead and close public comment on this matter.
Madam Chair, if I may, I'd like to recognize Walter Dashino, and he'll explain better what he's been doing to fight some fires up there.
That would be great. That would be appreciated. Good input for us.
Yes, so Madam Chair and Commissioners, this year I'm working with the Northern New Mexico Type 3 team. I put in my application at the beginning of the year, and I officially got, accepted into the team as a team member. So when I first, our first assignment, you know, we went to the Hermit's Peak fire, and immediately I took charge and was responsible as a division supervisor. You know, I led hot shot crews, engine crews, all over from the country. You know, they all came in pretty quick. So, you know, myself, you know, I worked with a lot of individuals, a lot of volunteer fire districts in the Gallinas, El Porvenir area. Also, I worked with hundreds and hundreds of police officers doing evacuations. You know, I pretty much did A to Z on this assignment. I was out there for 16 days. I just recently got back, so I did experience a lot of extreme fire behavior from the first day I got there. I got reassigned to the Cooks Peak fire, so I did see a lot of that extreme fire behavior also. So, you know, these teams are experiencing a lot of catastrophic fire behavior, and, you know, I really encourage, you know, folks out there, our public, our community, you know, to take care of our land. You know, it's very sacred to all of us. You know, a lot of us have lived here for years, and a lot of us, you know, take care of farmlands. A lot of us been taking care of our old cultural places where we grew up. So, you know, I really encourage the public to, you know, try and try to, you know, take care of our land is what I'm trying to get out to. But thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that and for what you do. It's very difficult. The commissioners might be interested in what it was like to be on that fire in 40 to 60 mile an hour winds.
Yeah. So when I was first dispatched there for April 7th, 2022, you know, the Hermit's Peak fire, due to the complexity of the resources, the first day I got there, red flag warning day. After that, it was average 20 to 30 mile per hour winds. You know, treetops were bending over us, and we were trying. We did do a lot of, we constructed a lot of hand line. You know, there was places where we couldn't even get a vehicle, but we utilized a UTV, a utility all-terrain vehicle. We got to some places. Most of the places that we were trying to get to were on the border of the wilderness, right below the base of Hermit's Peak. And we were experiencing a lot of winds that were coming from all different directions. At one time, you know, I was sitting on top of a knob as a lookout, watching all the crews work and, you know, making sure everybody was safe. I was getting with my what they call a kestrel that reads the winds. I was there, based out, 45, 50 mile per hour winds, almost knocking me on my back. So, and that was constant. It was every day, every day. You know, I haven't had one day without the wind. And so the extreme fire behavior, dry fuels on the ground, is like walking on chips. So, you know, we're facing a lot of environmental factors, and that's what's making these fires grow large. But the winds, you know, they're going to continue, is what we're seeing, right, with the outlook. But at the same time, you know, working on a team and seeing these other teams working together, you know, we're all here to support each other. So the relationship between all the agencies with the federal government, our agency, city, county, you know, we're all working together to try to get some of these fires contained and controlled.
Thank you so much, Walter.
Thank you.
And I see there's more information being distributed.
The maps.
Yeah, I've been following the maps, of course. Thank you.
So,
Not looking good either. It's just a little less.
So what Assistant Chief Fire Marshal Jama Blay, what he's handing out is, like you said, the outlook. You know, it's going to be continuous. If you see the red marks on our state, you know, it's going to be constant. And I'm not trying to scare anybody, but it's only gonna. This is our fire season, so it's only gonna get worse and with all the resources coming in from the country, you know, all the different regions, you know, I feel like we're protected because we're getting resources from Illinois, Mississippi, Tennessee. I've seen crews out there from Wisconsin. So there's a lot of resources here in our state, just to let you know.
Excellent. Is there any further discussion? I know, I'm sorry, Commissioner Garcia.
So really quick, thank you for what's resulting in your entire team.
Is that on?
In regards to, what about the aircraft? Because it was on the news the other day, they couldn't fly because it was too windy. So are they back in the air?
Yes. So all the aerial resources, we're starting to see a lot more. I see the other day, or actually today, I saw 2 super scoopers, you know, and those are rare to see here in New Mexico in our southwest region. So we have resources coming in, Type 1 helicopters. Today, they were using the Lobos out of the New Mexico National Guard on the Cerro Pelado fire. So those are being utilized as far as our New Mexico resources. We have other air tankers that are available in Alamogordo, Albuquerque, and in Phoenix here. So, you know, if you see these big planes flying around, those are the big LATs that are dropping thousands and thousands of gallons of retardant trying to lessen the...
To getting the proclamation on fireworks, and I know, and the fireworks as well. Thank you. And can I get an ordinance number?
Yes, Madam Chair, the ordinance number is 2022-02.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thanks, Commissioner.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you for your support.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you also.
And do any commissioners have questions about the informational reports that the department chairs provided?
No, just a huge thank you.
Ditto. Thank you very much to everybody for providing those reports. That leads us to concluding business. Are there any announcements or other concluding business? If not, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair, I move to adjourn, and
Second.
thank you very much.
Thank you. And I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned, and thank you, everybody, for all the efforts tonight.
Good night, everyone.